All right, can you hear me? Yes, I think so. Let's start. Right. Good morning. Thank you for being here, everyone. Let me have one interactive moment with you, and then I will leave you alone for the rest of the talk. Who is here has a technical profile, developer or developer adjacent? Show of hands. Right. It's to be expected at Drupal Dev Days, I guess. My name is Clément Génin, and I'm not a developer or a technical profile. I'm a mogul. I'm actually a functional analyst. So I work closely with developers, talented developers at Randstad Digital. And I'm also a UX consultant. So I've been doing it for 15 years. I work at Randstad Digital. You may have heard about it. We are based mostly in Leuven and in Ghent, and we have been doing Drupal projects for a long time now. These are some projects where I've been also involved as analyst and UX consultant. So we're doing everything, all sizes and shapes of projects for clients, from web applications for libraries to corporate websites, e-commerce, all kind of things. And in this period, in this 15 years, where I've been doing user experience consultancy, I've seen really a major change in the way clients have been approaching us about it. At the beginning, there was nothing. I mean, they didn't know what user experience was. It wasn't really known. We would have to explain to it what it is. Why is it good? Really try to shove it down their throats. There would not be time or budget or interest, actually. And year after year, we got it. They started to know what it is, got interested. Some wanted it as a bit of an age or trend. And now, in virtually all the requests we have from clients, user experience is there. They want, it has to be like something, a box to tick. We want a good user experience. We want a user-friendly website. I don't know if you have experienced it with your project or your product requirements that you might get from stakeholders. But I've seen really this big, rise in request. So it has become a requirement. The companies, the organization we work for have understood that it's no longer an option. If they want to be competitive, if they want to be relevant in the market where they are, we need to have a good user experience. Now, let me frame it for you with some numbers. I think we all like numbers. 70% of users are likely to leave a website if the user experience is not good enough. So 7 users out of 10 will just leave if it's not user friendly, if they don't have good enough an experience. And now we actually have a baseline. We have websites, we have web applications that are good. So users, have tasted the taste of a good user experience. And if it's too far away from their expectations, if they get really frustrated, they know they have other options. So they will leave. Now the problem is, once they leave, almost 9 users out of 10 is not coming back. So you lose them once, and they're lost forever. They don't come back to your website or your application. They just look for something else, and they stay wherever they found it. It goes actually even further than that. 1 out of 3 customers is actually likely to leave a brand. So not only the application, not only the website, like the interface they've been using it, they will leave the brand if the experience was bad. And if they encounter more than 1 poor experience with your product, actually after 2 poor experiences, it's 4 users out of 5 who will just no longer be a client, no longer be a customer of this brand. So it's pretty painful if you think about it. Once they're gone, it's bad. And you actually see it in the number of failed projects that we have. So yeah, online projects do fail, unfortunately. And a report showed that 1 failure out of 4 is directly due to bad user experience. So all the money, all the time, all the efforts that an organization, that his team has been put into it, just crash into the ground because the user experience is bad. And I think all this is the reason why most organizations started to wake up and say, okay, this is not an option. We actually have to have a good user experience. Otherwise, we are going to lose a lot of time and a lot of money. Sorry. Yes, that's the quote that I wanted to share with you. It's Ralph Spetz, is the former CEO of Jaguar and Land Rover. Said, if you think good design is expensive, you should look at the cost of bad design. Once you have created something that is frustrating users, even if you fix it, the cost of it is way higher than just prevent it from the beginning. In terms of money, it's really financially painful if you just do it. So that's the reason why most organizations are now starting to integrate a good user experience as a requirement. Now, that was the bad things, like the Damocles swords that we have on our heads, but it's also positive. Forrester made a report recently, and they have seen that websites were putting the effort to create a better user experience, a superior user experience than their competitors, would have conversions that are up to 4 times more than the competitions. 4 more purchases, 4 more conversions, whatever you want to be done. It's quite big. It doesn't mean it's systematically 4 more times, but the return of investment is actually pretty good. And maybe a last number that I'm going to share with you. We've seen that people tend to leave the website if it's bad, and they will not come back. Well, the other side is also true. So 3 users out of 4 will actually come back to a website because of a good user experience. Of course, the user experience has to be good enough. They have to remember it, but it has become a criteria for users when they select, the digital space where they're going to do their task. So, again, another good reason why we should include user experience in our work. Now, we say that, but user experience is still something that is not always very clear for everyone. What is it? What does it look like? Sure, you've put in your requirements a good user experience. That's easy to put that in your brief. But how do we do it? What shape does it do? It's a bit like Jen's internet. Not really knowing what it is. UX is the same things. Everyone knows the words. It's kind of trendy, but when you try to deep into what shape will it take, then it becomes fuzzy. Right. So let me give you one definitions that my favorite definitions of what user experience is, and it's the one by Eric Ries, who's like a major figures in the UX world, and he says, user experience represents the perception left in someone's mind following a series of interactions between people, device, and events, or a combination thereof. So what does it mean? Well, first, of course, there's interaction. But it's not like one interaction. It's not like one thing's, fixed in time. User experience is something that is time-based. It's a series of interactions. And each of these interactions, I'm going to perceive it, interpret it, it's quite personal, and I'm going to create an image of it on my mind, and this image is going to be my user experience. This is what user experience is. And so, of course, it's user and machines usually, but it could be humans and humans also, or events, as he says. But that's the idea. It's the fact that you have this series of interactions that are going to leave something in your mind. What does that mean? Because, that's a nice definition. The thing that is interesting to me is that you cannot actually design user experience. So we all have heard, UX designer. That's a role that many companies have. But actually, what you are designing is not the user experience. Why? Because as Eric Ries said, you can't really, I can't make you feel something that you don't want. I can't make you, perceive something exactly the way I want. That would be great, but that's not how it works, unfortunately. User experience is like a burger. The difference between like a tasty burger and a disappointing one. It's usually not just one thing. It's like the combination of all these things together, and it makes it like something special. Sometimes it's hard even to define. Well, it's the same thing. When you take user experience, you have to take into account the perception of the person, how he interprets or they interpret things, the expectations that they had, the agency, what can they do or cannot do, the emotions that's involved, and projections, how they see themselves doing it. And all this is creating this very personal thing. And yeah, again, that's not something you actually can design. So if you can't design user experience, what you can design is a space in which the user experience is going to happen. That is something that we have in control. And actually, when we are saying, we are going to design the user experience, well, we're actually designing a space for user experience. That's actually the difference. It's a space that we are creating that will try to facilitate the best experience possible for the most users. Is it going to be for every user? Exactly. Fortunately, no. But we can do something that is actually is likely to be working for most users. It's a bit like building of creating a building of or a house. you cannot make me feel what I want, or you can't oblige me to do this and that in this space. But you can design the space so that it's easy for me to find a room, to feel comfortable, and so forth. That's where we can actually have an impact. Right. How do we do it? Well, there's a lot of tools that have been developed over the years that UX designers or people who are actually involved in UX activities are going to or can use. There's a whole category. If you're interested, you can go to the website uxmethods.org. is trying to catalog all these things, and we're not going to go into detail because that's not the point of today. But no, you probably have heard, and you probably are in touch in your work with some of these activities: wireframes, card sorting, interviews, and so forth. What do they all have in common? Well, it's putting the user in the middle. Putting the user at the center of what we are doing. This is what user experience design is. It's actually taking a user-centric approach. And all the things, all the tools that we can use is actually to learn about the users. Who are they? In what context do they have? What needs? How do they feel? What do they think? And the better we understand them, the better we know them, the better we can take decisions by taking into considerations who they are and what they want. That's the whole point. That's the whole UX approach. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Clément, that's fine. Thank you for the informations, but we're all developers. What do we do with that? Yes, it's true that you have technical responsibilities. You are, the ones in charge of building and creating the technical part of the project, of the products that you want to do. But every time you're doing this, every time you are, taking the decisions within, the code that you're writing, the architecture that you are going to make, technical, if this decision that you make has an impact on the end product, and usually it does, then you are helping to shape the user experience. You are, doing something that will impact the space in which the user experience is going to happen. And if you do this, well, then you're a designer. That's as simple as that. If you take a decision and you had the choice, you made the choice to take decision A instead of B, and this has an impact on how the user is going to feel, or how they are going to perceive the information at the end, then you have designed a part of the user experience. So you're developers and UX designers at the same time. Congratulations, you got an extra title that you can put on your CV. Well, okay, but I'm joking, but I really, really believe this. I don't think that user experience is like one role, it's like one person in the organization. He knows, he does the things, and we just, we'll just do like the technical translation of this. I think technical person, developers do have a role to play when we are actually building the products and building the products to make it as good a user experience for most users as possible. Let me continue with I will try to be as concrete as possible for you guys. I will give you 5 ways that I think developers or technical persons can do to help be better at designing, of being aware that they have this role in designing this user experience. The first one, ask about users. It's sound obvious, maybe to some of them, and it's good. But that's the most important one. That's really important. You cannot do user experience if you don't know anything about the users. That's not possible. When we do this, and we don't have any information, and we just build something without having any notion or who they are, what they want, how they're going to react, then we are actually doing something with faceless users. And this tends to be often the case if the feedback that we have is only in form of data. We are in a period where data is everywhere, and we can learn a lot on data. It's actually a good source. But one consequence of just having data is that it disembodies. We don't have face. It creates distance with the people that are actually behind. We see numbers. Numbers don't have feelings. So if we do it, one other consequence is going to happen. Not only, we will create distance with the users and not really learn about them, but what is going to happen is that we are going to put ourselves as the users. Now I say, oh, I can do it, so every user that is going to use my product is going to be able to do it as well, right? Which is not the case, of course. We are not the users. That's one of the important rules in user experience design, is that we need to design for the users, and that's usually not us. And so if we don't have any information, if you don't ask, if you just get something, you just get to work, and you don't even ask yourself, who am I building this for? Who are they? Then you will put yourself unconsciously, you will put yourself as the users, and that's dangerous. And if you just use data, well, what will happen is that you will have something that should be logical. Oh, they will click this, then they will click here, they will go there, they will fill in the things, and it's done, perfect. And then you get feedback, and it doesn't happen this way. They don't click here, they go back, they do something. They will say like, oh, why? Why are you doing this? Idiots, you should have clicked there. Well, yeah, it's because they're not data. They're not logical person. We are humans. We are, using our instinct, our emotions. We will misinterpret things, and we will do something different than what you would expect. So one way to actually get to know the users, first, if you have someone like my role in your team, ask this person. Tell me about the users. Who are they? Give me some information. I want to be able to, have an image of who they are. And sometimes you have some documentations that help you do that. Personas, maybe some of you are using it. They can be really, really developed with all the things that this person could do. You don't have to go that far in my experience, but having an idea of who they are, this is really good. If you don't, it should be a trigger warning, and you should go ask the person who's actually giving you information. You might have some user research done in-house or maybe by something else. Take the time to have a look at it. It's amazing the effect that you can have just by looking at how a user is using your product. This is like the best arguments I can give on, I can say, oh, I'm an expert, you should change this, because this is not going to be understood. This is way less effective than just showing them a user struggling and not doing it. Usually, we say, oh, why? Okay, we should change it. That's not how it should work. So if you have this, yeah, definitely, look at it or ask questions, get a meeting, get involved if you can. That's even better. But again, ask yourself, who are they? And ask and demand that you already have the information. Otherwise, all the rest, you will just be blind. You will just do something that is not really user-centered because you don't know the user. Another really concrete point, be critical of UI. UI is usually what we get into our hands, and I think if you are developing Drupal websites, this is going to be often the case. What you get is descriptions of the functionality, and usually this is where you get the UX. Well, yeah, we've done this. You know, it's designed, so it's fine. Well, this is not UX. This is Vanessa, and Vanessa is actually a Drupal theme. So you know, just a template. It looks good, but this is not UX. This is just the visual design. This is how it looks, and we need to go deeper. So usually that's what we get. And if you think, oh, it's designed, they have thought about it, it's done, I can just implement this, this is going to be, could be an issue. Now, this mix between UX and UI, it has always been mangled, because it's the most concrete, it's the most visible part of our work, the most concrete, the thing you can show also to the clients, to stakeholders. So we usually tend to have the one instead of the other. I just typed UX in one job search, and you see usually, oh, it's a UX/UI role that we're looking for, because potato, tomato, it's the same thing, UI, UX, it's the person who's going to make it look pretty. But it's not the case. So when you get these files, when you get the mockup, however good looking they are, ask yourself, okay, do I have enough information on how it's going to be used? Because again, as I said, it's an interaction, it's a series of interaction. It's not something static. That's the difference between UI and UX. UI is static, UX is not. UX is using the things and reacting to it. So of course, I guess most of you are already asking the questions on top. What's the font? What's the color? What CSS should I build? What hierarchy do I have in it? And of course, you have the technical things, what systems and so forth. But just when looking at the mockups, you will probably just ask, how should I actually create this into an HTML? You must ask yourself, oh, what are the devices? Okay, I have the desktop versions, but how will it look on a smartphone? Which is good. That's one of the first questions you should ask. But I would advise you to go deeper. If you can, ask yourself information that are going to tell you more information on the users, or something that will tell you that you don't have information about the users, and then ask about it. Some things like, okay, what interactions do they have? If I click this, what happens? Do I know? Where do they come from? Okay, I have this page. What was the page before? What was the page after? How do I come on this information? What knowledge do they have? What do they know? And will they understand what they see when they come on this page? What are they trying to do in real life that would that makes them come on this page and actually do click on a button or another task on the page? Ask yourself if they have any limitations. Are there something that they will not be able to do for some reasons? Maybe the context they are in. Are they home? Are they outside? Is it work? Is it a stressful environment? And actually the state of mind comes with that. Are they relaxed? Are they stressed for something? That's questions you can just ask just by looking at the thing. Of course, it doesn't mean like every design you will have to have this checklist of I need to know all this information. But it's a good thing to actually try to think and to go deeper than just what you look. And of course, yeah, the unexpected actions. I'm going to come back to it because it's an interesting one that we are going to see on the next point, which is. When you have something that you need to build, a ticket that describes a functionality, I would advise you to play it out in your mind, phrase it, share it with colleagues or with the person who is going to who has written the tickets, for instance. And what do I mean by playing it out? Well, try to see it not as a static thing, but really as something that is dynamic. Okay, I have this interaction. This is what is described in the ticket. When you click this happens. It changes this in the database, and then you come back and we show the message. Okay, great. What are the users? We've seen it. What context do they have? But then you can also, again, have this little film that you put yourself in your mind. Okay, I'm the user, and I'm coming, and I'm doing this. What were the previous steps? How do I come on this? And then what is the new situations once I've done it? What are the external factors? What if my internet drop, or I decide, I don't have any battery, or I have to stop, and I come back to do the task. All these little questions, like what could throw a wrench into the mechanic? These are good questions to ask just when you are looking at your descriptions of the functionality. Don't think just, oh, okay, and of course you have to think about the technical parts, how am I to build it, how is it going to be performant and secure and so forth, but really having it also played out as, okay, I'm a user and I'm going to use it, is going to raise up a lot of other questions. You will see that not everything is written, that there are a lot of assumptions just in the description, and these annoying questions, well, you get to ask them to people like me, and we have to answer them. So it's your little treat that you have, especially if you think of unexpected actions. Again, as I said, we are not logical people. We are like, they will do things that will blow your mind, where you think, why are they doing this? Well, it's a good thing when you actually, creating this functionality in your mind to think of this. What if they suddenly stop? Why if they refresh the page for some reason in the middle of things? What if they input something completely illogical in my field? What would happen? Because it will happen. Because we're humans and not machines yet. So it's a good thing. It will, you will build better user experience if you think of this. Oh, we should railguard this, or maybe we should have, an error message that is well defined. Oh, this should be way smaller because if they click this, something bad will happen. So you can have actually an impact on the user experience just by asking yourself this type of questions. And fourth point is. An ID. Who here is involved in doing estimation of work that is going to be done? Okay, yeah. So majority of you, which is logical as technical person. That's usually the case. You are tasked to give a projection on how complex it will be, how much time, how much money will it cost to build something, and you have to take into considerations a lot of technical aspects to do this. It's not easy to make an estimation. Well, I propose to add yet another parameter into the bag. It's what you know about users. That actually can have an impact on how you are going to approach the creation and the development of a functionality. That's what symbol quadrant that you can use as an inspiration, where we have how much do we know about something from users, how much user insights do we have. Have we had similar issues? Do we have information from user research? Have we asked users about a specific functionality? And then you look at, how much impact will this functionality have? Is it low impact? And I mean impact on the system, but also on the business and on the user. How critical is what I'm going to build? And just by having this, then you can actually also see how much caution you can use when you are doing your estimation. You have a lot of information, we have done some testing, we know they need this, it's not a problem, and it has a low impact. There's not much precautions to take. You can actually, just be quite realistic with your estimation. If you have something that has low impact, but you don't know anything, you have no idea if the user is going to need it, how they're going to use it, will it fail or not, then you might start to take some precautions. Could we have some extra information? Is it possible? Can we move this part a bit later? So that we can, have maybe more information afterwards on how they are using it. And it's the same thing if you have something that is, you have information, you have, You have done some tests, or your user researchers has done some wireframing. They have done tests with users, and we know probably it's going to be fine, but it has a high impact. Again, take some more precautions than you would do. Okay. Maybe we can split it. Maybe we can have like a first part done, have it really used by users and see how they use it, and then do the rest. Maybe there are some extra things around that you could also postpone. So okay, we know, but we're not 100% sure. So I'm going to move things around. And this is especially the case, of course, for the last quadrant. You don't have any information and it's critical. This is a warning. This is like, oh, okay, you want me to estimate this? Okay, then tread lightly. That this is, okay, we need to have information. I can give an estimation, but know that I'm taking a risk. I know how to build it, but maybe it will crash. Maybe it's going to be, completely useless. And we have wasted a lot of money and effort then. Of course, you could think, yeah, but we are developers, we are technical people, it's not our role to do this. I don't think so. I think you have a say in this. You can say, no. I think this is, we don't have enough information on the users to actually just do it like this and don't ask questions. It won't cost you anything to request extra insight if you think you don't have enough. So, that's something you can add to your tool. And a last point, last tip that I could give you is learning new perspective. User experience design is learning that we are not the users, so it's quite a mental gymnastic to put yourself in the shoes of someone else. And there are things you can do to actually make it easier. By changing your perspective on some things, you can actually, get used to thinking, okay, it's not me, it's someone else. This person is going to do differently than what I do. I will give you just 4 examples of this new perspective. These are just examples. You can actually have like way more ways to do that. Accessibility, I guess. If you're doing front-end, you will have some accessibility rules that need to apply, especially now where it's going to be required by Europe. But it's actually a good thing. Learning on accessibility as a developer, how to do it, it will help you see how people that are different or are using things differently, have another way of perceiving things, of other ways of using their body. If you just start to think about it, then it's going to help you also like having this mental gymnastic again of putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Yeah, of course, for me it's super easy to click on this button. Is it for everyone? Well, if you learn about accessibility, you will start to have this information. Low tech, that's just another example, but that's like a kind of a trend that is coming. How can we have low energy consumption? Or when you go global and that some of your users don't have access to the best and the fastest internet, the best devices. You can learn, of course, like okay, the thing that I've been building, will it work if it has like almost no energy, or on a low server, or it doesn't have the power to load a lot of JavaScript on the page? Well, this is something also that is going to help us, because this is a reality of many people. They don't have the latest smartphones. They don't have all the information, the fastest internet. Again, it's putting ourselves in the shoes of someone else. And we tend to think that, oh, this is going to be fine. Nah, not for everyone. So that helps. I know on Friday there's a contribution day. And I'm sure most of you have done similar activities, hackathons, that kind of things. This is great also for creating new perspective. You get an idea and you get to pitch it to someone else who is going to give you some feedback, and you are going to react. When you have an assumption and you share it with someone, and this person has another view than you have. You see it like this, nah, I would do it differently. That's a good thing also. Getting this capacity to actually, integrate someone else's point of view, that's actually something that is going to help you designing better user experiences, because that's all about. And maybe a fourth one, there are some rules that you can learn on cognitive psychology. The way our brain works. Some people have, created some rules on how it works. These are super interesting. Why do we tend to not see some things on the screens? Why do we perceive something negatively when something happens? Or how can we make someone feel appreciated when they are doing an action? When something bad happens, there are ways to actually soften, for instance, these informations. Usually they are underlined by cognitive psychology rules. You don't have to become an expert in it, but if you get some information, you get like an understanding, it's going to help you again creating this other mindset. I'm going to leave you with two last informations. As I said, UX is not a role. It's not a task. It's not, we are going to build all these things, and at the end, we'll have, the Band-Aids, UX, or we'll have just one guy just going around doing some UX to the things, and then magically it's going to be better. It's not a deliverable. It's not, we have a great design, so our UX is fine. Again, it doesn't work. We've seen it. It doesn't work like this. What is UX then? This putting the user in the center, having this user-centric approach. It's actually a mindset. That's what it is. So it's not really a skill, and this is why it's also important for developers to actually acquire it. You get this information, you get this ability to actually impact it, because actually the whole team should have this mindset. Everyone should, put the users in the center where they are doing things. It's not just one person. And the last thing. If anything, user experience is realizing that we actually have an impact on people. Users are people. That's the thing. We can make their day. We can, make them feel great, or we can ruin their day, have really frustrating experience. This is in our hands. When we build something, this is the impact. And this mentality, this mindset of putting the user at the center, it's actually wanting to make them win. We want to make them, having a great experience with our thing. That's what it is. So if you care about the people, then you will do a great user design. That's what it is. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes. Yeah, there's a.
Hello. Okay. Thanks for the talk. Really interesting.
Thank you.
And we have been trying out UX at Factorial in the company I work in. It's an agency, so and we have to estimate upfront. And we tried putting a kind of 30% budget for UX and UI.
Which is usually
the main problem had been we couldn't figure out the deliverables to justify UX.
Yeah, it's difficult. And you will have clients that just say, oh, no, it's too expensive. Why would I do it? It's not tangible enough. Put it on development features.
Yeah, and this has led to a problem that the UX and the UI is fighting for the same budget. Yeah. And then we also realized how important the user flows, we call it user flows. I hope I interpreted it correctly, where does it start and what is, it doesn't take into account the mood of the person, but still, what journey, does it take 20 clicks to reach where they want, ultimately, or something. And so the development team gets involved as well. So now the development team is also spending the budget of UX, which is making them unhappy. So, so what I'm trying to hear is, do you have any suggestions for making, UX really understandable from the client, for the client?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a stingy thing. It's not easy, and it's usually case by case. I have a lot of frustrations with knowing that it's not going to do that. We don't have enough information. We are going blind, and if the client does not want to spend the money, it's their products. And I work in an agency where Randstad Digital is also an agency. We also have clients. They decide at the end. So what I'm doing is actually trying to make them understand the risk that they are taking. You don't want to do it? Okay. Having a few conversations with the users. Putting a survey just to have some feedback on it. Spending some analytics to understand them. Validating the wireframes or the design that has been done with a few users just to see, if they work. This is going to that is so much time. That's the time you need to invest. If you don't do it, you could have the whole project just crash. You pick. And with some clients, it works. They will usually say, all right, I will put some money, some budget, so you get a little a win. Some just don't have the budget or don't want to spend it, and then we have to make peace with it. But the thing is, I think I see my role as making it as clear as possible that this is the risk that they take. You don't do it, you're blind. You might hit the wall. And there's nothing we can do. It's not that the product is bad. The product will work great. From a technical perspective, it's going to be good. But maybe it's not for the users because you haven't spent enough, money on it. So it's just upfront trying to convince them as much as possible. And what I do usually is that if I see that I still have some room, I will try to do some guerrilla user experience activity, and I will show it to clients. Okay, I took a bit of time just doing this, and this is what I got. This is the insight I got. I can't do much more, because actually I shouldn't have done it, but this is what you get. Usually that's also something that is going to trigger them, like, oh, right, yeah, I didn't know that. That was a blind spot. And then sometimes they actually free up some budget. That's okay. That's the best actually you can do. And on the developers are going to use some of our budgets and others, and we don't have a lot of budgets. That's a discussion that you have to have with the team. Again, I see user experience as a teamwork, as something that is linked. So if it means that the developers are going to spend half of your budgets because they think they will do this and this. That's a discussion. Well, maybe we can do it together in order to, I should be involved, or the analyst or the user researcher should be involved. You can't, half my time. I need this and this. But of course, we will integrate you. When we do the estimations, when we do things, that's where you will have maybe a little bit of this budget that can be used. Have a meeting where I will put a handover explaining really in details what we are going to do, who are the users, why we are going to do this. Yeah, this is UX. It's an input for the developers, but I would understand that this comes from the UX budget of it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Again, thank you for being there, for your time, and have a great rest of the day.
Right. Hello, everyone. It's 11:10, so it's about time I start. I have a lot to discuss today. Some of it will be easy, some of it will be a bit more difficult. I hope there will be something for everyone. But this is about common caching mistakes that I've noticed that you all make, without exception, and they make either your site slow or insecure. It's usually one or the other. So, my name is Christian van den Ende. You can find me on Drupal.org under my full name. You can email me at christian@factorial.io, and on Slack, I'm Christian VDE. I don't have any other socials anymore. I used to be on Twitter, then I deleted that, tried to be on Blue Sky, and then I realized I actually don't like social media, so I just deleted all of my accounts. So, I am the maintainer of the cache and user subsystem in core. I'm the author and maintainer of the group module, group sites, and many other modules in its ecosystem, and I'm a highly sensitive person. I always put this into my first slides because it means that all of the stimuli in the world hit me really hard, so noise in the room, light, whatever. It can cause hyperventilation, panic attacks, so I always put this in my slide because if I suddenly fall down, it could be that I passed out because of this. Sometimes that happens. Usually it doesn't, but sometimes that does. I always mention, it's not a heart attack, probably. Please do check. I would appreciate that. There is one special thing to mention on this slide that I didn't have in there when I started preparing this, is that sadly, after 7 beautiful years, Factorial and I are parting ways. So at the end of August, unless I find something else, I will be out of a job. I'm not going to put any more detail into this because that's not what you're here for, but I'm just putting that out there because if you are looking for something, someone really talented who knows a lot about caching and everything, you might drop me a line on one of these ways to contact me. I really wish I hadn't deleted LinkedIn at this point. But anyways, let's continue. So, access results. Before we do anything with that, does everyone know what access result is, the class? Can I see some hands? You all used it, right? I'm going to make you question why, because it's a trap. So access result has a lot of landmines, and they are aplenty. And the 3 major ones are as follows. So we have the methods cache per user and cache per permissions. Now, they are not the problem in itself, but the way people tend to use them is the problem. And it leads to incomplete cacheability in your return values. Now, incomplete cacheability is where you get security vulnerabilities, because you will be showing things to people that shouldn't be seeing them, right? Alternatively, it could lead that you're denying access to things that people should be seeing, but that's just annoying, it's not a security issue. So that is the first one. Now, the second one is the methods andif and orif, where you combine multiple access results together. So they tend to run code that doesn't need to run, and they add cacheable metadata that doesn't necessarily need to be added. Now, too much cacheable metadata is theoretically, I'm going to be careful here, never a security issue, but it's always a performance issue, because you will be invalidating your cache more often than you need to, and you will have more variations than you want to. So that leads to a slow-performing website. And then finally, so we've already had too little cacheability, now we have too much cacheability, and then we have no cacheability. So there is this parameter that you can set in some of the access handlers, for instance, where you can choose whether you want to get the calculations that we just did as an object or just as a Boolean. And by default, we get it as a Boolean. So all of the calculations that we just did to figure out how we should cache the things that we just calculated, we just throw right out the window, which is obviously a really, really, really bad idea. Now, there's a history behind this, and we're talking about fixing this, but essentially it's something that we needed to do when we tried to get Drupal 8 launched, but we never really got back to that. So, you might be asking, everything I just showed, isn't that like the whole thing? And well, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So sorry about that. So we're actually asking you to use a class, and you still need to, but most of it is sort of like a bunch of landmines, and you will probably step on them on multiple occasions. Not great, but anyways. I put this slide in there because I was expecting this face in the room right now, like everyone realizing, oh shit, we've been using all of this, and apparently it's so broken. But yeah, if you're old like me, you know that face. If not, you should, because it's great. Anyways, cache per user and cache per permissions. I've taken a modified example from core, from the shortcut module. I say modified because we have since fixed this, but this is, well, for a long while, but this is an example of how people tend to use these methods. So as you can see, we have a permission check, and if that fails, we return an access result and we cache that per permissions, right? If that succeeds, we continue further down. Now here, the next return values no longer cache per permissions, but they really should, because you started off with a permission check, so everything after that point varies by permissions. Even though you're checking something completely different, like is there an account, or is the account the current user, it still varies by permissions, right? So for instance, in this example, we're checking for a permission, and let's say that that permission check succeeds, and we don't get a passed in, we do get a passed in account, so we need to check whether you're the owner of that account, right? So we return allowed and we cache that per user. Now we have something that varies per user. You're always going to be that user. So from this point onwards, you're always going to get an access result allowed, even if your permissions change. So if you no longer have these switch shortcut sets permission, we're still going to return an allowed access result from the cache, which is really bad. So that's why in core, this is the actual code in core, you see something like this. So we check for a permission, and we vary by permissions, and everything after that also varies by permissions. Now, this is cumbersome, because this example that I've taken from core actually has many more return statements. And all of them need to repeat all of this information. So as you know, when we're only human, when you have to repeat a lot of stuff, you make mistakes. Even if you know that you have to do this, you still forget about it, so you make mistakes. So what I recommend doing is, and this is something that in every merge request that I put into core right now, where we fix cacheable metadata, this is the recommended approach that I tell people to use. You start off with an empty cacheable metadata object at the very top. And whenever you check something, you immediately add the cache context or cache tags or whatever that is related to that check to your cacheable metadata. And from that point on, all you need to do in every single return statement is add that cacheable metadata object as the dependency. So as you can see, at first we vary by permissions, we add that. Then we vary by nothing extra, so we don't need to worry. And then we vary by user, we add that. And if there are more return statements after this, they all get all of that information, and you don't need to worry about repeating it. So that's my recommended approach. If you do this, you will be less likely to forget cacheable metadata. And as I said, too little cacheable metadata leads to security issues. So let's look at and if and or if. And if and or if, so let's take an example from core again, they tend to do too much. So if we analyze this code, we notice that if you have a permission, we're going to also check that the entity is active, and we're going to add that as a cacheable dependency. Now in this case, that code, that and if, always runs, right? So we're always adding that cacheable dependency of the entity. However, what happens if you don't have the permission? Because and if will only return allowed, I think I wrote that down, if the original access result is allowed and the extra access result is allowed. If either of them is neutral or forbidden, it cannot return allowed. So if you do not have that permission, you will get a neutral access result, at which point we can never make that allowed. It's not possible. So why are we running the code between the parentheses of and if and adding cacheable dependencies if we're never going to have a result that actually is what we are looking for here? And this is just an example from core, but I've seen examples where the code inside the and if is actually really expensive. So you're running expensive code for no reason. So there is an issue about this on Drupal.org, and don't worry about the links, there is a recording, so you should be able to get those links later on. So there's an issue about this on Drupal.org where we're trying to at least fix this so that and if and or if use callables, so that we don't run any code and we don't add any cacheable metadata unless the internal logic figures out, hey, with the initial result, we still have a chance to get, the expected results, and then we run that code. But it's still like work in progress. So how can you fix this? Well, the top part is how we basically do it. So now we check for the permissions. So this is what's in core right now. And if the access result is allowed, which we check ourselves, then we run that and if. As I mentioned, if it's not allowed, we don't need to run it. There is ironically still a mistake in core here, because at the bottom, we have that or if, and or if suffers from the same problems, just slightly differently. So while we fixed the upper part, we forgot to fix the lower part. Now, return as object is false. Not much to say here, so I'll just show you one example from template preprocess username. We have a variable that we send to the templates, which defines whether or not you have access to link to the profile, right? So we call account access view. But none of that cacheable metadata is passed along. And we so happen to have two bugs in core that canceled each other out. But when we fixed the one, we started seeing issues with this one. So ideally, what you would do here is you would get access with return as objects true. So that would be the extra parameter that you would add. And then you would merge that into the cacheable metadata that you can set in variables in a preprocess function. So that's what you should be doing, and that's what we should be doing in core. There is an issue about this. We're still in the process of fixing it. There's a theme here. We're still in the process of fixing a lot of things. But yeah, it's sometimes just me and a couple of other people working on these types of issues. So, second story, still on the easier side. Not using lazy builders, which means that you're getting to the render cache far too late. So, how the render cache works. In the render process, we have more or less 5 steps. You build an array, which we call a render array. You take that to the render cache. You don't manually do that, but by virtue of rendering it, we do that for you. So you take that to the cache, and you check whether we have a rendered version of that array in the cache. Then if we don't, we actually render it, which means that we take it to the templates, we get the HTML output, and we store all of that in the cache. And then we send that to the response, along with everything else that we want to send to the response. If it's cached, we build that array, we check the cache, we get a hit, and we send that to the response, right? Cool. Seems okay. However, we need to zoom in on step 1, the thing where we build the array. So I hope this is zoomed in enough. I think it is. So let's look at some example codes. Let's say I want to build a really expensive list to build, where I show just the labels of a bunch of entities, right? That's really expensive, because I have to load all of these entities, and loading entities is generally expensive. Now, I have my theme item lists, and in a loop, I'm going to load all of these entities, and I'm going to ask for their label. Funny story, last night I was checking my slides, and even though this talk is about caching, I forgot that last line. So when you show labels, you really need to have those entities as a cacheable dependency. I forgot that one. So that would have been really embarrassing. But I'm just mentioning it so that you know that we all still make mistakes. Now, what is the problem with this? We want to take this to the cache, right? But before we went to the cache, we loaded, let's say, 20 entities. Why? That's stupid, because if we have this in the cache, then we no longer need to load these entities. We already have rendered HTML with the labels of those entities somewhere in the cache. So why are we loading them again? So you need to make that cheaper up front, and you can. So by using a lazy builder, for instance. So now your render array looks like this, and there are multiple ways to specify a lazy builder. This is one of them, where you specify a service and then a method on that service. But as you can see, now we're just passing the entity IDs to a lazy builder. Nothing happens at this point. It's not being called. Instead, we have this really cheap array where we didn't load any entities, and we can also take that to the cache. So let's see how lazy builders affect our flow. So as you notice, step 1 and 2 are sort of exchanged right now. They're switched. Because first of all, we still build an array, but as I mentioned, it's really, really, really tiny. And we take that to the cache, right? So we've done no heavy lifting, and we can still ask the cache, do we have rendered output for this? If we don't, then we call the lazy builder, and the lazy builder will build that render array that we had in the first place, the one with the theme item list in my case. It will build that one, load all of those 20 entities, add those labels, add the cacheable dependencies, and all of that. It will get rendered, it will be set in the cache, and we will send that to the response, like we did before. So when it comes to that, there's no performance difference, so to speak. We still did all of the heavy lifting. But if we get a cache hit, now we've got this really cheap render array, we went to the cache, we got our hits, and there's nothing that we need to do. We never loaded those entities throughout the whole request. So this is why you really, really, really need to start using lazy builders. And it's a pet peeve of mine, because in my opinion, we should use that everywhere. As soon as you mention cache keys, you should immediately resort to a lazy builder, because it doesn't hurt, but it can help you. So that's my opinion, and I'm sure probably some people will fight me on this, but I think it will do you more good than harm if you switch to lazy builders. Now, this also works with pre-render callbacks. So currently we have two systems where you can go to the cache with a very small array that didn't do any heavy lifting, and then after the cache miss, we will actually start doing the heavy lifting. Pre-render callbacks are the same thing as lazy builders to that extent. There are differences. So you can only have one lazy builder instead of many pre-render callbacks. A lazy builder, if you specify that, you may not specify any element details. It's basically just a lazy builder. You can't even say, we need this theme hook, it's this type of element. There's nothing you can do. Pre-render callbacks are allowed to do this, and they add on to what's already there. So that's why you can have many pre-render callbacks. Lazy builders run before pre-render callbacks for that reason. And they're the only thing that supports placeholdering. Now, I'm not going to go too much into detail about placeholdering, but just a quick word about them anyways. Placeholdering is what makes the dynamic page cache entry less dynamic and therefore more reusable. To put that into layman words, if you imagine you have a header, and in that header you see your name, because there is this drop-down with your My Account information, right? That name is unique to you, so it varies by user. If we were to just keep that there, that would mean that the whole page, even though other people could see that exact same page, would be, well, it would be cached by you, but we don't cache pages per user. So that basically makes the whole page uncacheable. With placeholders, we remove that information for just a second, so that the whole page still exists without that thing that's specific to you, and now we can cache that page and perhaps serve it to anyone with the same level of permissions as you have. After we've gone to dynamic page cache, we put your username back in there. So that's how placeholders work. Using a lazy builder will automatically opt you into placeholdering, which is again one of the reasons why I recommend people use lazy builders far more often, because you don't need to worry about when you will or won't require a placeholder the renderer class will automatically placeholder things for you if they're highly dynamic. This is what you see in your services file under the renderer.auto placeholder conditions or something. So you can see that there's the user cache context in there, there's max age 0 in there, and you can add whatever you want in there. And then it will be automatically placeholdered. You can still choose to automatically placeholder something. There are some scenarios where you would want that, even though it's not highly variable. But all of this and more, I'm hoping to explain to you in Vienna. I've submitted a talk which goes in full detail about placeholders. I hope it gets accepted, and then I can spend the full hour explaining everything about placeholders, how they, what their life cycle is, etc. Moving on. I think I'm going really fast here, right? Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. Not optimizing your cache contexts. This is where it starts to get a bit more complicated. So too many variations will lose you the race. So there are 2 slides now coming from my talk. I forgot where, I think it was Drupal Camp Ghent, about variation cache. I'm not going to go into as much detail about variation cache here, but I'm going to quickly explain how it sort of works. So we have the concept of cache redirects. Before we go into this, imagine you have a drop-down on your user profile. And on your user profile, you can choose which type of dashboard theme, so to speak, you like. Whether you like an animal dashboard, so one that has like an elephant running across it, who knows, with cameras in the trees nowadays. Whether you have a plant dashboard, a dashboard with a lot of symbols, or one that shows you a sun or moon icon depending on the time of day and depending on the phase of the moon, right? The animal, plants, and symbols dashboards are nothing special. They don't vary. So at the very top, we specify a cache context, which is user.dashboard type. It's a custom one that we invented. And if it returns the word animal, then we show you the animal dashboard. If it returns the word plant, we show you the plant dashboard, etc. So the green ones are entries in the cache that we can directly find. There's nothing special. So we just follow that cache context, we find your entry, and hopefully we can find that same entry for everyone who also would like to see an animal dashboard. That's how you optimize things. Now, there is a cache redirect where we were expecting to find an icon for the moon or the sun. And a cache redirect is basically telling variation cache that, hold on, I cannot show you a green card here because I need more information. I don't know whether I need to show the moon or the sun. What is the time of day? Oh, it's daytime? Okay, now I can show you the sun, which is how we get to that green one. Or, it's nighttime. Okay, what is the phase of the moon? And once you answer that, I can show you whether it's new moon, first quarter, etc. That's how variation cache works in a nutshell. Now, all of these orange ones are expensive, because every time we look something up in the cache, and then we get this redirect in return. And that redirect tells us, you need to look further. So we need to go to the cache again. So every orange box is another cache get. Now, because we created a custom cache context to tell us that it's daytime or nighttime, and we're currently only using that to figure out which icon we need to show, we can optimize that. We can create a cache context which basically tells us whether it's daytime, new moon, first quarter, full moon, or last quarter. Let's say we don't need that cache context anywhere else, but just for this sake, then this is more optimal. Because now we have a cache redirect that can instantly get us to any of those 5 icons, and we've reduced our lookups by 1. So we're going 1 times fewer to the cache. So when writing custom cache contexts, and the emphasis is on custom, don't start messing about with the ones in core or contrib. But when you're writing custom cache contexts, then you should really contemplate how often you will use them. And if you only use them for one scenario, please try to optimize them. Okay? I have a full variation cache deep dive on YouTube. The link is there. But with all of my talks, I try to look up the recording afterwards, and I put them on my Drupal.org profile, so it's easy for you to find them. So instead of trying to figure out how to get that link onto your laptop or whatever, just go to Drupal.org, click on my profile, and you will find all the necessary links there. Then, and finally, so this is the fourth and final item, manually folding cache contexts. You really shouldn't do that, but I've seen it happen. This is also a little bit more advanced, but I'll try to do my best to explain it properly. What is cache context folding in a nutshell? So you might recognize this from the cache context manager, I believe, in core, and it explains how we fold cache contexts. So the important part is this. Let's say you have two cache contexts. One is A and one is A.B. So a more realistic example, one is user and the other is user.roles. What we do is we only check for user. Because if something varies by your user and you also have something that varies by your roles, well, we can just store that by your user because that is like less granular, the one thing. So that's what we do. Similarly, if you look more towards the bottom, you see x and x:foo. It's the same thing. If something varies by user.roles, and it also varies by user.roles:anonymous, well, we can fold that into user.roles, and that's what we'll use. Now, ironically, in the same screenshots, we have some very misleading texts. It says, for example, when caching per user, also caching per roles is meaningless because caching per roles is implied by per user. And this is correct. But it leads to incorrect code because people mistakenly think that whenever they have some code that should vary by user roles, and somewhere below that they have code that varies by user, that they can simply just write user and all will be fine. Not necessarily true. So I should really open an issue where we change that wording a little bit. So what happens when we fold context? So what happens when, for instance, user and user roles get folded into user? Let's look at the user roles cache context. Each cache context has obviously the context value, but I've minimized that because we're not going to care about that. But at the bottom of each cache context, you will find get cacheable metadata. And there, in this scenario, you can see that we specify the cacheable metadata of the user. Why do we do that? Well, it's simple. Let's say I have a page that has a block on it that shows your user roles. That block varies by roles. And on the page, I have some more content that varies by user, like your username. Because we fold the contexts, the page will only vary by user. But that means that when you vary something by user, all we do is we check what is your user ID. Next time you get to that page, we check what is your user ID, and if we have a cache entry for that user ID, we show that entry. What happens if in the meantime your roles change? We would still be showing you that stale entry, because all we care about at this point, because we're varying by user, is your user ID, and that never changes. So when we fold the user roles cache context, we basically need to specify that whenever the user is saved, we need to invalidate whatever we just cached. Which is also why, for instance, in the user permissions cache context, you used to find the cacheable metadata of the user roles. That's no longer the case with the access policy API, but we used to find that. Because if we optimize that away, if one of your roles changed, that would affect your permissions. So we needed to invalidate whatever cache item we had that was tagged with an optimized user permissions cache context. So, yeah, I should have done that earlier. When to use only the user cache context then? So a good example is when you have one big soup, so to speak. Let's say you have a page where you want to show in the same item both your username and your user roles. Theoretically, it's fine to only use the user cache context there, because when you show something of the user, you should always add the user as a cacheable dependency. If I have a page with my name on it, and I save my account to change my name, obviously we need to invalidate that page in the cache. So theoretically, it's safe if you have one big soup to just use the user cache context. However, I would still recommend that if you're showing roles, you do add the user roles cache context. It doesn't hurt because they're in the same big soup, and this goes deeper into variation cache territory, but because they're in the same big soup and they will always both be present, we will always optimize user roles away into user, which ends up with a cache entry with just user, and it will have the user as a cacheable dependency, something you did manually, so it's safe. Why do I say that you should still probably add the user roles cache context right where you are showing the user roles? Just in case that at some point, some junior comes along, takes that piece of code, cuts it out, puts it in a different place, and that's that. Because now they are showing something that should vary by roles, and it doesn't. So it's still safer to do that. We will optimize that away. It's like the tiniest of performance hit. It's like negligible, so it's fine. When you shouldn't only use the user cache context is a logical flow. And this is something we saw at the start of the talk when I was showing you those permission and access checks like in a chain. So there it's really dangerous to say, oh, hey, you know what? At the top, I know I was varying by roles, but here at the bottom, I'm varying by user. So in the end, that's the same. Let's just vary by user. No, that's really dangerous. So I'm repeating myself here, but for instance, if you first check by permissions, and you then check for owner, then you still need to return something that also varies by permissions. Otherwise, once we only vary by user, if your permissions change, you would still get access or an access denied. So again, that leads to security issues or frustrating issues where you should have access to something and you really, really don't. So ideally, you also, when you work with like user and user roles, you placeholder the user-specific bits. Which is what I told you before, use a lazy builder, and then you will be fine. And also, you will break variation cache. So if you play fast and loose with which cache context you assign at any given time, you will run into issues. So variation cache will not be able to properly build a redirect chain. And the funny thing is that variation cache is, how do I put it, healthy enough to not crash your website when that happens, but it's stupid enough to not notify you necessarily when that happens, and it will just have a bunch of cache misses. So you might put things into the cache and you will never really find them. Nowadays, we have a warning in variation cache, so we put some detection in there that will actually warn you when we think you are manually optimizing cache context. And it's rather cryptic, but for instance, we've seen it a lot with breadcrumbs, where a lot of breadcrumb builders were varying at least by route, but they weren't specifying that. And then in variation cache, we detected like, hey, sometimes out of the blue, we get this route cache context here, but it's not consistent. So we threw a warning saying, what's going on here? And we actually figured out that something was wrong, and we fixed all of the breadcrumb builders in core and contrib. So the detection layer that we just added is actually quite useful. Also, if you break variation cache, I will be a really sad panda because I've spent a lot of time working on it, and I would like everyone to use it properly. So those were the 4 items that I wanted to discuss today, and I still have so many more that I can discuss, but I think I nailed it because we have 7 minutes left for questions. So I think these 4 topics will have to make do for today. Any questions? Oh, and I need to turn on a microphone, or it's gone. Oh, there. You stole my microphone. Any questions? It can be like related to this, but if no one has questions related to this, then you can just ask me anything about caching, and I'll try to give you an answer.
In what scenario can you get that you said that the roles changed, but it was still cached by user, so you had access to something? How is that possible? Because if your roles change, the user will also be cleared everything from the cache.
Yes. So if you do it properly, if you specified both the user and the user roles cache contexts, then we will optimize away the user roles cache context, and by virtue of that, we will add the user as a cacheable dependency. So if the user changes, because perhaps the roles changed, then whatever was cached with that information will get flushed. with the scenario of user roles, you're usually actually quite safe because as soon as you display something of the user, people's habit is to add the user as a cacheable dependency themselves. But other cache contexts are not that lucky. So for instance, in the past, the user permissions cache context would not add the user as a cacheable dependency, just the roles, right? So there you could run into issues. Because if you forgot to add the user permissions cache context, then you would have a security issue on your hands. Someone's permissions might change, but the cache would not be aware of that. So it's really important that you always specify all of the cacheable metadata that is applicable, because worst case scenario, we will just optimize it away. But best case scenario, we will be dealing with variation cache and redirects, and then it's really important that it's all there. Okay. Anyone else? Yep, go ahead.
Hi, first of all, thank you for the talk. It's really informing. And I have a question regarding lazy builders and then pre-render callbacks.
Yes.
So if you go back, please, to this slide with the zoomed version.
Yes, let's zoom in on step 1, right?
Yes.
The fixed one, like this, or
no, next one, probably.
this one?
Or maybe more.
Wait. This is the one with the lazy builder, actually?
Yeah, when you explain later, then there is no hit, and then, yeah.
That one, yeah.
So, for example, on step 1, there will be this simple array with IDs, just
yes,
example.
Exactly.
Then we build like lazy builder and so on. And on the next one, this simple array will be already cached. And then lazy builder is running already after it. Yes?
It doesn't run anymore. So if we find it in the cache, it doesn't need to run. That's the whole benefit of it.
And what about the pre-renders? They also...
Same. So, good question. I love talking about the renderer. So, very briefly, the renderer, it does a lot of things, but in that order, it checks the cache. If it doesn't find anything, it will do some sanity checks if there's a lazy builder to see whether the lazy builder was defined properly. Then it will call that lazy builder. And then, I'm not going to be talking about placeholders just yet. And then after that, it will call the pre-render hooks, pre-render callbacks, sorry. Then it considers the render array sort of complete, and it will start rendering them by going to the theming layer. When it returns, it will go to the cache and try to store whatever we have in the cache, and then it will just return that, and that will continue on to the rest of the response. With placeholdering, it's a bit more complicated because then we check whether the lazy builder specified that it always has to be placeholdered. If not, we check that cacheable metadata, and then we auto placeholder it. If we can't auto placeholder it yet, we first render it. And no, sorry, we first call the lazy builder, and then when we try to set it in the cache, we can still have late auto placeholdering where we find that after rendering, it's actually more dynamic than we thought, and then we still try to place it. So there it gets really complicated, which is why I want to have a full deep dive in Vienna. But essentially, lazy builders and pre-render callbacks, they only run when we couldn't find anything in the cache. And that's where the benefit comes from. Now,
one more question then. So if once I want to run lazy builder plus, I don't know, 1 pre-render callback, and next time I need 3 pre-render callbacks, will they be cached differently?
No, so if you have so in step 1, we're now going to the cache with a tiny render array, right? If that tiny render array changes, it means that you're doing something different now, right? So we need to either declare that to the cache with a cache context, for instance, or we need to flush the cache. So let's say you have version 1 of your page, and you're building it, and now you're like, oh shit, I need an extra pre-render callback, for instance. Yeah, you need to clear the cache, because the cache would still serve the old one, because all the cache looks at is the cache keys, yeah, and the cacheable metadata. So that's all they look at. So if you have, on the other hand, a scenario where you might have a set of pre-render callbacks depending on a given global value, let's say it's nighttime and now we need to do extra pre-rendering, then you need to have a cache context in there that specifies that, hey, it's nighttime.
And that it should be in this first array, yes?
That should be in the hashtag cache array.
Yeah,
So
but in the first.
yes, in the
simple
first
one.
array, yes. But again, that's still really cheap because now you're just checking something really cheap and then you're doing that. But I would recommend that you do most of your checking afterwards. It's only when you realize beforehand that this tiny array still needs to have some notion of a bunch of variations, okay, specify it beforehand. But if you can and it makes sense, so if there's no checking beforehand, then I would still recommend that you do most of the heavy lifting afterwards because you can, because as I briefly mentioned, the cache will later on inspect if there was extra cacheable metadata coming from the lazy builder or the pre-render callbacks, and it will deal with that accordingly. But that really depends on the scenario. It's very abstract, and I would have to see that code to be able to guide you towards a decision. There's a case to be made for both, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? No? Oh, yeah, let me go back to... There. So I was, thank you then I would say. I am Christian van den Ende. Again, you can currently contact me on these addresses. So yeah, thank you.
Before we start, I would like to say something about social distancing.
Yeah. Oh.
So just before Shivin will start his talk, I'll have a word about a social event in Leuven. There's board games or there's bouldering. For I don't know which reason, but board games is much more popular than the bouldering. And for both, you can go have prizes before your game. for the moment. There are free fries. There's 200 tickets offered by the Drupal user group Belgium for fries with sauce, and a really Belgian fritkels will come driving by here in the venue, next to the venue. And an hour and a bit later, there will also be an ice cream vendor coming in. So if you want those treats, come by at reception, see me, I'll give you a ticket for each if you want. You're welcome. For bouldering, you can also have fries, because Frederick also wants his fries, and he only starts after he has eaten his fries, and you'll find them at the reception desk.
So I will choose the board games, I believe. Okay. So, hello everybody. Welcome to talk about responsive images in Drupal. I'm Shibin Das, and let me ride on the giants of AI, because they are more famous. So today, earlier in the keynote, we saw a presentation about JSON API builder. So I'm the maintainer of Drupal JSON API parameters, which is the JavaScript module which powers that behind the scenes. But also, I'm not taking any claim about the UI. They built a really good one. And I also recently released revision graph, which is UI module which helps you visualize Drupal revision histories as Git graph. So yeah, you're more than welcome to try it out. But also, I'm the maintainer of Rift, which is responsive image formatter tools. If anybody plays League of Legends, you know where that is inspired from. Wild Rift, of course. Yeah. So, and I work at Factorial, which is based in Hamburg. It's a Drupal agency founded in 2015, and I moved over to Hamburg in like 7 years back. And this is the rough roadmap of today. We'll start with why responsive images matter, and then walk through how Drupal core handles them, identify some real pain points, and explore contributed modules that makes this ease the path. And also, I will share some experience that I got from real-life case studies of working with multiple websites, and why also why I invented or I made this Rift module, and also go through the demo of using the Rift modules in a Umami demo website. So, why does responsive images matters? Because Drupal is a CMS where the content has mostly referred to the textual content, but we often forget that images are content too. As you can see, images speaks out loudly to, and they talk about the brand, the values, and whether it's storytelling, branding, or data visualization, images plays a big role. And recently, I see ChatGPT, not ChatGPTs, LLMs are also producing images which are correct from text point of view as well, because few months back we were struggling with trying to generate images with text in it, because it was either gibberish or not perfect. But even that barrier has been crossed. So you can see it will be much more common that the content creators would be using images which are generated by AI, which has textual content, and with screen sizes and resolutions all over the place, we have to serve them appropriately. And that's what responsive images is about. But let's take a look at some user stories. Talk to your users, because once we build a website, we usually deliver them and forget about the content creators who are going to use the websites, or rather create content using the website that we built. So these are a few experts from the real life feedback we got from content creators, which are they would like to upload an image once and reuse it across multiple pages. And now this seems so intuitive. Yeah, media library makes it happen. And this is also something we have to keep in mind, because when we deliver responsive images, which is basically like different images for mobile and different images of on the desktop, to say the least, and this is an often overlooked criteria that they would like to reuse the image, and they would also like to have full control on which image gets displayed where. So the content they create looks good and as intended on mobile as well as desktop. So, and also, they would like to avoid uploading the same image in multiple sizes, because, yeah, just because the responsive images I mean, the theory behind the responsive images is serving different image and different breakpoint, but we shouldn't ask the content creators to do that for us. I mean, come on. In Drupal, this can be done automatically, and then, yeah, this matters a lot to them. This makes them happy. But then comes the front-end developers who would also like, who cares a lot about the performance of the pages, because if it takes around 3 to 4 seconds to load the whole page, the experience is really bad, because nowadays the expectation is the page loads within 200 milliseconds. And so yeah, this matters a lot, because the images are mostly are the biggest data hog on a page, so you have to worry about, unless there is a video, of course. Then, yeah. Also, the front-end developers would like to work with predictable sizes images, because if they know the size of the image beforehand, they can optimize the CSS or whatever is needed to look the components or look good on the pages. So predictable image sizes and performance are quite important for front-end developers. Then we have designers, which are often forgotten. By the time we get the design, nobody talks to them most of the time, or maybe that's a different workflow you follow. And the designers would like to, and this is because most of the time the designs are handed over, but and they have designed it with certain aspect ratios in mind. But if this is not communicated to the front-end developers or the back-end developers or site builders, these often get lost. So in the design, so you might have seen, the content looks good in the supplied design with the demo mockups, but when the content creators are creating the pages with, it looks odd and doesn't adhere to the design. So this is where the aspect ratio plays a very important role. One of the common problems which I have noticed is, for example, if there is a list of teasers which are shown in a search result page, sometimes the images on a certain teaser is larger than the other one, and the row looks odd with different heights and all. So, but yeah, so this is where the front-end developers would like to have this predictable sizes, so the page looks good, irrespective of what kind of content it is being shown on the page. Then, the Drupal site builder. So, yeah, notice that I'm not talking about backend developers here specifically, the site builders. Site builders are, I started my life as site builders, so yeah, the term is very dear to me. So we like to ensure a smooth experience for content creators, allowing them to easily reuse images across the site, because that's a win for us. And would like to also adhere to the design systems, so that irrespective of how the content creators uses or uploads, what kind of images they upload, but in the end, the website should adhere to the design system. And we will also provide responsive images automatically, if possible, but while not compromising the performance. And that's very important for front-end developers, so it's important for me as a site builder. And again, it is often overlooked again that serving the right responsive images across various devices, and now we have so many different screen sizes, could also lead to so many images being created on the server, which has a direct implications on the the file size or space that you have to reserve on the servers. Not a big deal for sites which is serving hundreds of images, but if you're building a site which serves like 10,000s of images, it can very well be over 20 GB per responsive size that you implement. So, what's responsive image now? So the images that works well on devices with different screen sizes and resolutions and yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of things nowadays, but I won't be discussing all of them. I'll be just looking at the topmost few of them. So let's have a quick breakdown into 3 major concepts of responsive images. The first one is scaling. So scaling is adjusting the image size proportionally based on the screen in which it is displayed. So if it is a screen which is 400 pixel wide, and you might not want to serve as image which is larger than that, because it often leads to unutilized. It often leads to wastage of bandwidth that the user has to download an image which is larger than it is required. But if you supply a small image on a larger screen, then it can look blurry, which defeats the purpose of from a marketing point of view, even though it will have a good performance score. Not recommended. So then we have an art direction, which is quite tricky and often ignored. It's about showing a completely different image for different screen sizes to preserve the focus or the layout. So let's take an example where we have text. So this is not an example that you would find in real life much, but it is used to make the context more obvious. So here you can see one strategy, a vertical image which with some text was uploaded and which looks good in mobile. But as it is shown in a tablet or a large display, it gets resized into a non-optimal design layout. So it can also, and if you try to fix it with making the image use as much white space as possible, what happens is the image gets cut out in a way that is not desired. So these are the things. This is the problems that you usually face after the the website is deployed, and you get bug reports like this, that the image doesn't look good, or it gets cut off unintentionally, and so on and so forth. So the part is here again is the aspect ratio. So as you can see, on the mobile in the previous example, a 9:6 aspect ratio was used. And on medium screen display, 3:1, and on the largest display, it was a square image. Yeah. So, and then we also have nowadays screens with high DPI, which is basically there is more pixels which are squeezed into display in displaying the single pixel. And on such screens, to deliver a very crisp image, the scaling based on device width is not enough. You offer, for example, for a 2x DPI screen, which is quite common nowadays, you would have to deliver an image or display an image which is 2x, 2 times the normal width of the image. So yeah. So resolution switching gives high DPI screens sharper images, and low DPI ones smaller ones, smaller files. And so yeah. And this is an overview of various techniques which you can use to implement responsive images. One is one of the most popular one is CSS background images. Here, this is quite used in images which is shown in the background of the whole page as full width, full height images, and this requires some CSS knowledge to make it work properly. So it's not really useful when we implement a CMS where the images are dynamically served, and because they usually don't fiddle around with HTML and CSS, the content creators. Then we have a solution which is based on lazy loading, which implemented using JavaScript. So what happens here is the JavaScript on the client side, which is on the browser side, would detect okay, what kind of images should we show over here? So since it's JavaScript, you can go really crazy about optimization here and serve the perfect image, perfect sized image, or perfect aspect ratio image to the client side based on the thing. Since it's based on JavaScript, there may be a slight delay between once the page is loaded and then the images are loaded. So, but it's quite handy to use a JavaScript solution for lazy loaded images. Basically, these are the images usually which is shown below the viewport of the screen, and yeah, they're quite nice. Then we have solutions which are based on server-side image styles. So this is basically using picture element, which is supported by almost all browsers nowadays. So in the old days, the solution which was available which is still available to display images is using the image tag, img. And it allows, so the picture tag, which is a new one, a relatively new one, allows you to show a different image based on media query, which is, you can then decide, for example, on a mobile, you can have a totally different image, and if the mobile is in a vertical mode or a horizontal mode, you can decide to show a different image optimized for that particular screen size and orientation. And yeah, so, the full power of media query is available when you use the picture image solution. And here's basically, so what happens is, from the server side, you create a picture tag with all possible combinations you wanna use, and then the browser does the JavaScript part of it, which is deciding which one to use of that. And this is a really optimal solution because it only downloads a single image, even though you can configure 20, 40, 50 images based on different conditions, but the browser ultimately downloads only one image to show to the user. So yeah, and this is also a very CDN-friendly solution because the page can be cached, and the browser would pick up the best possible ones. Yeah, and then there are also certain solutions which are based on proprietary techniques which is provided by CDNs like Cloudflare, Fastly, and all. Where instead of using Drupal's resize or styles, they have their own solution to resize the image based on which is needed. Yeah. So. Now, before I go to the Rift module, I would like to go through some, what's there in Drupal core, and also touch briefly on, a few other contrib modules in this space, which solves some of the pain points of Drupal core solution. So, Drupal core solution is functional, which means you can implement very much pretty much almost all use cases of responsive images using Drupal core solution because it supports scaling, it has a limited support for art direction, but mostly it's useful for almost 90% of the use cases, the art direction support that the core has. It also supports resolution switching. It uses the picture element, which I mentioned earlier. And so on the server side, this picture tag gets created with all the media query and the image mapping. And the downside of the core solution is the implementation complexity. So first, you need to have an understanding of what you want, and then figure out how to get there using a core solution. So it doesn't guide you through this is how you have to do it or something. So yeah, but it has all the tools that you can use to implement the solution. Yeah. So how it works is, wow, yeah. The configuration of responsive images and how to use that in core is spread across. You have to do something in the in the content management part, where you select the correct view mode for a particular. Like for teaser, you need to select, do some adjustment, and for maybe homepage or for other like highlighted teaser, you may have to do some adjustment to select the correct media formatter, and then you have to head over to the media to set up the correct responsive image image definition, and then you have to head over to the responsive image to configure all the image styles, and the media query breakpoints, map them basically, and create a responsive group. And then ultimately you also have to manage all the image styles that is needed to implement a responsive group. So basically you would have to edit around hundreds or 200 different pages to get this right. And this is one of the reasons probably this is often not used because it's such a pain to get it working and ignore. So and I already went over this. So and this is my favorite part, because for those who are wondering, this is a super mouse, and it is like one of my childhood heroes. It's from a small part of India called Kerala. Of course, inspired by Superman, but this super mouse was abducted by aliens, and somebody experimented on them and on him, and was thrown back into the forest from which he was picked up. But he gained superpowers, and he started protecting everybody in the forest. So and I really loved those stories. And I often consider contrib modules to be like the super mouse who is able to solve the problems where the core is not able to solve it, often because not because of technical reasons, but because of legacy reasons, or sometimes it's not in the scope of core to do that, provide this custom specific solutions. And and sometimes the contrib modules which later gets into the core, which is also an awesome thing, like views, for example. Our first super mouse, which I would like to discuss, is DreamAge, because once you configure DreamAge, which is it's a JavaScript-based solution, you configure it once and then forget about it. So, and configuration is almost a single screen, and it takes care of generating the image styles and also serving them, as well as dictating what scale of the image should be used by the using JavaScript. So it's kind of really configure it once and forget about it, and it will take care of responsive image. Really awesome. So that also explains the popularity of this module, because of the all responsive image solution, this has the most downloaded one. And then there are certain similar concept, but little different architecture, because DreamAge uses some custom controllers and techniques. So there is easy responsive images and DreamAges improved, which are available for you if you're very specific about those concerns raised. I mean, you can check out the module description to decide for yourself which one to use. Then, so DreamAge goes in the extreme end, you configure and it takes care of generation of a lot of configurations by itself. And if you're a little bit cynical about that, because sometimes you might have to deploy your website into 5 or 6 different instances, and you would like to have control on every configuration that is generated and so on. So there comes this hybrid solution which is available, which allows you to which takes a different approach. It gives you tools to generate these configurations. And you can run a thrush command, and it will generate the image styles, and the performance is also really awesome. Because what it does is, unlike the JavaScript solution, it actually shows a preview image, and then it replaces it with a perfect image in the using JavaScript. So yeah, it makes and the first image is embedded using base64 encoding, so there is no separate request to the server. So yeah, it's performant as well. Then we have the tool that I'm going to talk about in length, which also does the similar strategy as core. That is, it uses picture element, and it is server-side rendered. And the main thing I would like to point out here from other modules are like it has a full support for art direction. So the edge cases where the other modules fail to fulfill is like the advanced use cases of art directions, which I will show you later. And if you want those edge cases, then yeah, this module is like the one that helps you with that. And and here, just like image sizes, the whole configuration is controlled by you as a site builder. So you have like predictable performance and predictable behavior across all the deployed instances, because you can export that as config. Yeah. So this is an overview. If you want to take a screenshot, maybe the slides will be available later. So to decide like which responsive images to go for, based on your like preference. Yeah. So let's deep dive into Rift module. So this is the screen where I showed earlier like what you need to do to configure core responsive images. And this is what Rift does. It removes all those, you don't have to generate a single image style, no matter how many responsive group you define. You don't have to configure the image media entity, because the Rift module allows you to select the responsive group right in the field formatter for the media. So basically, you have to select the right formatter on the teaser of a content, and yeah. Then it replaces the managing of responsive images and definition with a single UI. So on a single screen, which was very, very important for me, you have a full overview of all the responsive groups you have on your website. You have full control on which of them, what are the media queries, which are showing what. So yeah. So Rift UI is the first main feature of Rift, which is one single screen to manage all your responsive groups on the website. Then it supports art direction, where it not only supports the smart crop and focal point manual crop, which is basically two country modules, which allows you to define the point of interest on an image. You, as in a content creator, can for example, using focal point, just click on the point of interest on an image, or using manual crop, they can actually draw a rectangle around the point of interest, so that when the image is resized later for responsive images or on different screen, the point of interest is preserved. And but what Rift does is it also allows you to use a totally different image on different breakpoints. And here, by totally different image, I don't mean using a different image style or different sizes, but a totally different image, as in you can use an image of a squirrel, and then on a mobile you can use an image of a pumpkin if you desire. But what this allows you is, as a content creator, you can, for example, start including tables in image, which designers could create. And for a large screen, you can use a table which shows more columns, and in a smaller screen, you can just use a totally different image created by designers to create the impact and all. And maybe also you can show the information in a totally different way on mobile screen, which is much more pleasant for the users. So without coding, basically, just by click, 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 you can use these features. So to have a support for using totally different image for, yeah. This is one of the few edge cases where Rift module really shines. And this is what I use the most, which is if you have ever tried to debug responsive images, you know how difficult it is, because you have to look at the source URLs or screens or whatnot. So Rift has a mode, so you just select that mode, like placeholder mode, and all the images where you have implemented this responsive images get replaced by a placeholder, which tells you what width and height of the image will be used on those. So this allows you, and then you can, for example, you visit the page in a mobile, or just change the width of the browser to see how this responsive, how your responsive settings behaves, so that you can catch some edge cases where you are serving really small images on a very large screen, for example. This happens more often when you configure responsive images, yeah. Then, so, oh, sorry. Yeah. And all these things, features are possible because of some architectural decision that was taken. For example, the first is aspect ratios and is mandatory. So when configuring Rift, this is one of the first things you have to do. You have to define all the aspect ratios that will be used on your website. And so basically, it starts with talking to the designers, yeah, and asking them, what kind of aspect ratios do we want to support? And this has an impact on, for example, the content creators' experience, because when content creators are now using manual crop to define aspect ratios, they don't have to define all of them. They have to just define the ones which are used in the website. So yeah. And the sizes for breakpoints are mandatory as well. So, and here's most of the time I used to think breakpoints defined in your theme are enough for defining responsive images. But what I found out is most of the time there is hardly 2 or 3 breakpoints which a theme defines, which is, okay, you have a breakpoint for mobile layout, and then for a medium tablet, and then for large desktop. But when you want to serve the right image on different screens, you have to think more than just the breakpoints defined in themes. The reason is, we have now really ultra large displays, and also the images which looks great on let's say just a laptop may not look great on a very large display, because the difference is quite huge. And if, for example, if you optimize it for super large displays, even though it's the same breakpoint, on laptop you would be serving a much larger image. So Rift module, this is where the first customization of the Rift was written, because Rift, if you look at Drupal code, the breakpoints can only be defined using code. That is, you need to write breakpoints.yaml, either in theme or in a module, to actually use the responsive solution in Drupal core. So this is a deviation from core. The Rift module provides a UI to manage the breakpoints for the images, which means, yeah, it's custom implementation. But this also allows you to break away from the dependency on the theme. So not just, you are not limited by the 2 or 3 breakpoints, which is defined by the theme. You can introduce much more so that you can optimize the image delivery for larger screens. And dedicated image breakpoints means you can have breakpoints for cover larger screen. Then the third architectural decision was the Rift field formatter is applied on media entity, unlike field formatter is applied on media entity. So which means you don't have to go and configure the field inside a media entity to use different breakpoints. This allows us to, for example, implement a solution where you can have a totally different image on different breakpoints. Otherwise, there is a technical difficulty to do that. Yeah. So Now let's dive into the Rift UI, which is the first and the most important feature, which provides you an overview of all your settings as well as the responsive groups you have you define for your website. So it has two basic parts. First is the global settings, and then the view modes itself. So yeah, it's kind of like cheating that you have 4 or 5 different screens inside one screen now. But yes, but you don't have to go and click and figure out the other URLs. So it allows you to control and have an overview of all of them from a single page. That is quite helpful. Then, as I mentioned earlier, you have to start by defining the aspect ratios and the screens you have. And so you define the aspect ratios. It's simple, you talk to your designers about the aspect ratios you have. And these are the aspect ratios which are used in Umami demo. And yeah, it only has 4 of them. And then you define the screens, which is basically the width at which you want to use a different image. And this is a global settings, means you can define all the widths you want. You don't necessarily have to use this on every responsive group, but you define it once, and it is available for when you're configuring the responsive images. And also there is a handy media query generator. So if you're not too tech savvy about what should be the media query, it should be a max width or min width or whatever, you can just press this button and then it will generate the media query for you. It's quite simple. Then you can define what are the things, which other things that your responsive image should switch decide upon. And one of them could be the multiplier, which is basically the pixel densities or the DPI. So in future, maybe from now onwards, you might want to add another 3x multiplier over here, because that is also becoming common. And it's basically based on you can look at your user base and decide later to include 3x or 2.5x or whatnot. And then the file format, for example. So for a long time, right now, I think we have full support of WebP in almost all the major browsers in use. But there was a time when WebP was not totally supported in all these browsers. So you had to, for example, use WebP format, where it is supported, and then provide a fallback for JPEG in those devices. But maybe you can just delete the JPEG nowadays and then just use WebP for all. Yeah, but it's up to you. Because if you use this extra file format, remember the server will have to generate different images for WebP and JPEG. So you save a lot of disk space if you just switch over to one file format. And maybe tomorrow there might be another format, and you can just add them later. And once you configure the global settings, this is how a single setting for a responsive image now looks like, where you already have a row for each sizes, and then you get to choose whether it's enabled or not using this checkbox. And then you have to first decide what is the image width on those sizes. So 100 VW means 100 view width. So you can just, for example, if it's a hero banner or something which is displayed in the full screen width, then you can just enter 100 VW for that. But sometimes you already know exact size of the image you want to use on a particular screen size. So you can also implement just the number. And then, okay, there is a mistake. This is a typo. Please ignore that. And then you select the aspect ratio to be used on on those sizes. And so that's the main settings. And you can also give some extra attributes like loading eager, which tells the browser that download these images as soon as possible, because this is very important image. For example, this is something that would use for a hero image, which is shown on in the viewport. But you may choose to have a different global settings where I think I can show. Yeah. In a global setting, you can set it to loading lazy, which means it will avoid loading the image until it is in the viewport. So this is a lazy loading, which is implemented natively by the web, by the browsers, and you don't need any JavaScript to do this for you. I mean, it does it for you. So yeah. Then after you have configured the view mode, and then, so here, like, I'm calling it like in a hero, because it allows me to pick it up later. You head over to your content, and in this case, the card where you select the Rift media picture and the view mode that you want to use over there, and that's it. So you define your global settings, like what are the aspect ratios and the sizes of different screens you want to support, and then the responsive mapping, like on what screen do you want to see show which image based on aspect ratio, and Drupal would create the appropriate image styles and serve it. So yeah. So yeah. So now that's about Rift module, and I think, yeah. So let's have a look at this case studies. We have this premium, we built this website for Okio, which is a premium luxury brand. The images over here are characterized by high resolution and professional composition, emphasizing on the aesthetics of and functionality of Okio's lighting solutions. What needs, you can see, like, this is the product, and here, like, the rest of the image is also very important. Because Okio being a premium luxury brand, they are, like, selling experience and not just the product, which means, and experience is depicted by, like, what is outside the product and how it is getting affected. So this way, I mean, Okio was very particular on, like, they have full control on exactly how the images are resized, and that's why manual crop was a solution which was very, very, very delightful for them, even though it takes a little more to configure them, but they wanted to go that extra step, so that, because that's represented by their brand. Yeah. Then we did some work for Boehringer Ingelheim, which is an enterprise corporate website. And here, the texts were more important than images, and images were just like a supplementary content, which was enhancing the content of the website. So the important part for them was mostly like space concerns, because more than 10,000 images were used, and it should be easy to curate the images and so on and so forth. So here, like, focal point was again preferred instead of manual crop, because it was much more user friendly. Then we have worked on a product website for Dole, where the product was the central focus of everything. So, and ease of use, so after talking to the editors, we set up a focal point for their use, because that was more than enough for the images and imagery they were using on the website. And yeah, so the main lessons learned from these were, like, there is no one-size-fit-for-all. So decide upon focal point or manual crop after talking to your content creators, and and also how much automatic control they want on their solutions. Yeah. So since no sacrifices were made for the demo gods, okay, I will just, like, quickly show the demo. Of Rift. So it's Umami demo. You can just turn on the, so you can set up Umami demo and install Rift and turn it on, and it should be available for you. So you need to go to the configurations, Rift settings, of course, you need to turn on Rift UI to take full advantage of this configuration screen, where you select aspect ratio, the screen size, and then later on you set up the view mode. So this is again for Umami demo. So for the hero of the Umami demo, like these settings are like perfect. And if you enable or you can enable or disable these things based on your preference. So maybe it's kind of a trial and error to see like which one works for you. And then over here you can select a dummy image provider if you want, like a placeholder.co, and save it. And then if you visit home, yeah, all of them get replaced with the placeholder, and you can see it. Okay, maybe here it uses a different image. So this is really good for debugging. And you can, once you're done, you can switch it back to combined image styles and do it. Yeah, there is nothing much to demo that it works. So, and again, stressing on the point that you get to have a full overview of all the things from here. You can decide, as you can see, like the same image was used for like lower breakpoints, so you just turn it off. You don't want that. And sometimes it even helps using a single breakpoint, because the image size doesn't change, but it allows you to, for example, serve WebP and JPEG for that single image based on the support, and likewise. So yeah, there's nothing much to demo, yeah. But any questions? Yeah, I appreciate that. Of course, I will bring you this.
Oh, there we go. I'm a bit loud. I don't know if you covered this earlier. I may have just missed a bit. Does this only work for image fields, or can it also work for images added via the content editor?
I'm not sure I got the question correct.
If content creators are using the CK editor and they want to insert media image that way, can this work for that too?
Indirectly, yes, because this works on media entities. So if you embed like media entities into your CK editor, then it should work. So it also works in Layout Builder, for example, where you select the image from the field. Yeah, as long as it's a media entity, it would work.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions?
It's only my job.
No, it won't. Yeah, that's what design choice, because ability to reuse the image and share the image, all that is the media library experience was very important. So, I mean, at least from an architecture point of view, that was very important for here, content creators' journey. So that's why it doesn't support the image field directly. So. Any more questions? Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right, I think I'm about to start. Everyone ready? Okay, hi. My name is Nikolai Schwarz. I'm a freelancer from Dortmund, Germany. I mostly do front-end stuff. And occasionally I write articles. I'm doing Drupal since around 2008. This talk will be about the Jewish Museum in Berlin, who I'm working for. By the way, who here does front-end stuff? Okay, and who here has actually paid an accessibility expert to do an assessment of the accessibility of the site? Okay, one. Expected maybe one or two. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, good. This talk will be about the some accessibility issues we had on this site. I will give lots of examples where I thought something was fine and then it wasn't. To the background, in March 2020, we did a complete redesign of this web page. Then it was still Drupal 7, and 5 years ago, I made sure that the site worked in Internet Explorer 11. And there were some technologies that we didn't have back then, like, for example, container queries or dialog or inert. In April 2021, we had an accessibility test made by Jan Helbusch. In April last year, we finally migrated to Drupal 10. I took most of the CSS we had before. Of course, the theme changed a little bit because of Drupal, but the CSS is still, in most ways, I'm using old CSS, and I would like to modernize it as soon as I get the possibility to do so. We had a surprise accessibility test last year by BFIT, and then we had another accessibility test in January of this year. And the idea was, when I proposed the talk, that I have enough time to have solutions for all the accessibility problems we had in January. That, of course, was not the case. We are still working on that. Jan Helbusch is a well-known accessibility consultant in Germany. He has written several books about the topic. And BFIT is a German Überwachungsstelle des Bundes für Barrierefreiheit von Informationstechnik. What they do is they do surprise tests of your website when you get somehow money from the state. If you get money from the state, like most museums do, you have to have an accessible website. And sometimes they just test you. All examples here are taken from real accessibility tests for the website of the Jewish Museum. This session does not include everything that was found. It just included the points that were more interesting, or which I think are more interesting. And the idea is that some of these issues we had on our sites, you maybe have on your websites as well, and some of the issues just take 5 or 10 minutes to improve. So if you can find something to improve your website in 5 or 10 minutes, just include it in your website. And currently on our site, some of the stuff I tell you we have already implemented. Some of the stuff lies on stage and goes online by the end of the month. And some stuff will require me to rebuild some components, and I will do this over the summer. If you don't know anything about accessibility, you can start here, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or here's a link to Area Authoring Practices Guide. And I will give you a link to the slides at the end of the talk. So let's start with some of the stuff we already do on the website. We have a page with an accessibility statement. It's a page which tells you how accessible we think our site is. We have a page about simple English, or in German, leichte Sprache, einfache Sprache. We have a page for German Sign Language. And if you know about German laws, these 3 pages we have to have because, as I said, we are funded in part by the state, so there are certain few pages that we have to have on our site. But then we also have more. We have actually a page about how accessible the museum itself is, and not all museums have such a site, such a page. Occasionally, we have some events which also include sign language. In most cases, it's German sign language for us, of course. The editors are actually doing their best to provide helpful alternative text. Here are two examples for the first two images. The first image says, black and white photograph, 2 light-colored female and 2 male busts stand offset in front of a dark wall. And that is way better than many other projects I'm working on. If you want to, you can check some of the museums in Leuven or Brussels and check what their alt texts are. I checked the website for a museum in Brussels, and they had no alt text at all, for example. So this is pretty good. I'm not reading the second one. Here we have on the left side an audio file, and you can see that we have a transcription there, which you can open, and then you get a transcription of the audio file. We don't do this everywhere, but some of our audio files have that. Here we have something that we call info panels. It's a list of links for a certain topic, for example, here for an exhibition, and we do this, we put the info panel on each of those pages that are linked here, and then we do something. Here in the top you can see current page. This started as something for accessibility, when we like to tell the screen reader that the person is on the actual page and doesn't have to click the link. And then we decided to just write it there for everybody. So that means that I have to check in the background each of those links against the current page and then put the current page in front of it. So we are doing something, and I think we're doing more than other pages for accessibility. Still, of course, the accessibility tests found some stuff that wasn't going quite as well as I thought. Here's some of the stuff that I knew about, but I managed to do wrong anyway. Here on our front page, we have these 3 boxes, which are teasers, and they look something like this. And since I'm showing you colors, you can already guess where the problem is. The problem is with the contrast. If you check that, this blue is okay. This has a high contrast. This is also okay. This white on red is not okay because the contrast is 3.76, and we need to reach at least 4.5. Solution here is easy. We have different solutions, different things we could do. In this case, we will just copy this color for the first element, and then we're fine. This is the language switcher. If you click on this EN on the top here, or the DE, whatever stands there, the language switcher opened, and I implemented it like this. And maybe you can immediately spot the error. We have different languages here, and I simply didn't include the language attribute, which I need here. Here we have the search page, and for some reason the results were not presented as a list. Here we have some icons on the mobile menu, like the hamburger icon or the close button or the search button. And a few years ago, it was implemented like this. It was a button with an SVG inside of it. And when the screen reader tries to read it, he can't see anything because the SVG, there was no text, and the SVG didn't have a title. So in a screen reader, you do not know what you click onto, what's about to happen. So what's missing there was an area label telling the button what it's actually about. So then I just added area labels to every button. And then in January, we noticed that for this search field, I also had added an area label. There are 2 issues here. This is the English side, and I just put the German area label, Suche, above the search. So there are 2 mistakes here. A, shouldn't have put the German word here, and B, it's doubled. The word is already searched inside the button, so I don't need an area label here. So the solution here is just delete the area label. And by the way, no area is better than bad area. And I've linked an article which says that when they checked various sites for area labels, they found out that in 34% the area labels were likely incorrectly used. So don't put it everywhere. This is another small issue with the pager here. In the pager you have an invisible page, and because it's invisible, nobody noticed that we never translated page. So on a German page, it still said page 2, for example. So we just needed to translate that. So there's other stuff that was quite easy to add, and I'm going more complicated in this talk. So we're still in the easy phase here. We have this contact form, and the contact form has some asterisks here telling people who can see that this is a required field. Problem, of course, was we didn't explain what the asterisk was, so we had to add a sentence explaining that fields with an asterisk are mandatory. Here, that was a few years ago, we have different navigation elements on the website. We have the dark blue at the top, our top menu. We have the main menu here. We have a side menu with different icons, and we have the links in the footer. And I just put nav elements around all of them. But the problem is, when you have more than one navigation element on the page, you have to put area labels in each one of them, except for the main navigation. So solution was easy. I just needed to add area labels for the other navigations. On this page, the problem was this part here. And at this point, we usually write the date of the event, or when the event is in the past, I just put past event there. The problem was this did not have any heading. And the note were given was it needs to have a heading, so now it's an H2. I'm not quite happy with the H2 because the H2 is not the heading for the rest of the text. But that's, for the moment, what we are working with. Here, the problem lies in the first two lines. We have a top line, a kicker, and then the headline. And of course, this was just a paragraph and a heading. And I never thought about that. There could be a problem, but the suggestion was, if this is combined like this, we need to put it in a heading group. And we need a heading group here around the P and the H3, and then the H3 needs to have an ID, and then the H group needs to be area labeled by that ID. That number here is because I need a unique ID. That number is just the paragraph ID. And now I have grouped these two together. In case you have, like me, never heard of H group or forgotten about it, H group represents a heading and related content. It groups a heading together with one or more paragraphs. By the way, the slides contain occasionally lots of text. You do not have to read the text. This is more like if you want to read the slides later, you can read the text. For this talk, I will tell you everything you need to know. You just need to pay attention to the images and to the source code. H group was actually dropped from HTML5, but it's still alive in the Living standard, and it is supported by all browsers, so you can use it. And accessibility test says we should use it. This one is about this banner for the Children's Museum of the Jewish Museum Anoa, and I just put a paragraph there and then the link. Problem is this link in itself has no context. So the suggested solution was either this, put the link into the paragraph, which is a little bit different because this more tends to be at different positions depending on the responsive design. So I do not like this. We can also use something like this, where the A is inside a P and then area described by the heading. So we are getting to stuff that surprised me. First one is this. On most pages, I'm just using a main and then an article. And on most pages, the whole content in the main area is inside an article. And it's just usually not a problem, except for screen readers, because for screen readers, the main content is grouped twice. It's grouped once by the main and then by the article. So in this case, the article element should either be removed or given the role none. There are a lot of parts for the last 25 years or longer. When I have something like this, a link with an image, or just an image like this one, or just the hashtag here, I just use a single link usually. It looks something like this. In the old code, it's just a link for the main logo, link with an SVG inside of it. And I never thought about it, but accessibility test says it needs a structure. I needed to put a paragraph around the link. And in case you are curious why this is the case, it's because success criterion 131 requires structure, and the HTML specification requires paragraphs. And paragraphs is not necessarily a P, but in all cases like this, when you have a single link, it will most likely be a P that you put around it. Here we have again the language switcher, and the problem was this. If a language is triggered, you just open the new page, and the new page starts at the top. But if you clicked on the switcher, it's suggested that on the next page, the focus should be on that button. So, not at the top of the website, but directly on the switcher button. So what I'm doing now, if somebody is clicking on a link inside of the language switcher, I put that in a session variable, and when a new site is opened, I check if the session variable is set, and if that's the case, then I put the focus on the language switcher. Here, these are the search results, and the note we were given was, for example, after filtering the list, after deleting the filter, after performing a new search, or after opening the next search page result, the focus is set to the top of the page. Of course it is, but it's not on the first search result, and that's where the focus should be. So what I'm doing now, I check if the results exist, and if the results exist, then I put the focus on the first element in the list. What's open at the moment, when there's no result, we don't display anything, and we probably should put a sentence in there and then just put the focus on that sentence that's still open. But now it looks like this. If you click, if there are results, the focus just goes on the first entry. This is a card we have sometimes on the page. It's one of the cards that just turn around 180 degrees. And this is my implementation. It's just a few divs. And then the SVG is the graphics on the right top. And then we have a heading in H2, and then the content on the other side. And I was quite happy with that, because nothing is hidden. If you read that in a screen reader, you get the H2, and you get the paragraphs, and everything is fine. And when you tap, because there's a link on the other side, you can tap on the link, and when there's a focus, the card turns. I thought that was splendid, but because this is part of the presentation, it was not. So, problem number one. If you tap through the page, it can happen that the card is outside of the viewport. And when you tap on the card, it scrolls into the viewport, but the card is already turned around. So you do not see the front. Problem number one. And problem number two, for accessibility, you need to have an active element, which the keyboard users can actually use a keyboard for. They have to hit enter. So it can be triggered by a mouse over, but it must also be triggered if people using the keyboard are just pushing enter. And the note was, best case would be for keyboard users if somehow the font remains visible after the flip. I don't know how we can do that because this is not what we want. The suggestion is this, that we use a button which can then be pressed by enter, and we use popover to do that. Popover is pretty new, and we will not use this because popover is now supported in all major browsers, but Firefox implemented this around last year. And the last we talked about it, we will only use features that are supported by major browsers when they support it for at least 2 years. So we will have to put something else there. Don't know what yet, but it shouldn't be that hard to implement this. In case you haven't heard about popover, I put a link in there. You can do this with HTML or with JavaScript, and the best thing about it, you get something for free. For example, you get a light dismiss. If you click next to the popover, it will close, and you also can close it with escape key without doing any programming on your own. It just does it by itself. So popover is pretty good, but you can't necessarily use it right now. There's also some stuff that Drupal and the CK editor do. For example, here we have a usual contact form. And the note we got was the mandatory fields are marked a total of 4 times. The asterisk, required attribute, area attribute, and the text behind the input field. Part of that is our fault. This is the code. The asterisk here is of course there because we put it there. I don't know why we put the description in there. It's unnecessary, but it's right now there. We can just delete it. Now this part here is redundant. We have a required and we have an area required, and we shouldn't have this. The area attribute must be removed. It is ignored by browsers because there's already a required attribute, but the specification says that it shouldn't be redundant. I think it's there because web forms put it in there, but I haven't checked that. If that's the case, I will just open an issue with web forms and then try to manage it that way. The other 2 parts we can repair on our own. Then we had a note that the error messages are displayed as a tooltip on the input field. However, if they disappear, if you push that outside of the view. I think they are talking about the browser tool tips, in which case I wouldn't do anything about it, but I have to check this again. And of course, we again have some problems with the structure because we have a label and an input and maybe a span, and the idea is that they should be grouped together by a paragraph. Again, if that is the case, it should be done by a web form itself, not necessarily by us, just on our page. So I will look into this and maybe write an issue about that. Here we have again the pager. And in the pager, we have this code. And the problem with this code is, again, we have a redundancy. Because the pager already says area current, and then we have visually hidden current page, which is basically the same. And the note is one of this is redundant, and we should get rid of it. Now, this is haunting me ever since we moved to Drupal 10. This is German text here, and in Germany we tend to have very long words. For example, Forschungsmöglichkeiten, Veranstaltungsprogramm. And depending on the width of this, it can happen that we get some serious nasty white spaces here, which we do not want. This is just plain text without doing anything about it. Now, CSS has hyphens in it, and we could just add hyphens to it. The problems with hyphens is we can't control it. You can just turn it on or off, but you can't tell them anything else, like I only want to have a syllable with at least or a part which is at least 5 letters. You can't tell them that. So we get here something like Forschungsmöglichkeiten, this is a terrible break, Jugendliche, terrible break, and so on. And we do not want that. So, solution is, of course, just use shy, a soft hyphen, which you have to put inside the source code, and then you get something like this. Forschungsmöglichkeiten, here's a soft hyphen, and then the browser will break it, and you get to see the hyphen there. This worked fine in Drupal 7, and editors used it a lot. So in Drupal 10, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a shy here, for example. And you can write your shy in the source code, and then if you get out of the source code and then went into the source code again, the shy is gone. It just went magically away, and you do not know what happened until you try to find out if maybe there are some invisible characters, and indeed the CK editor removes the shy and puts in another form of soft word break, but this time invisible. It still works, but now the editors can't see what's going on. And now we have to find a way to rebuild something that works in HTML just like this, but it doesn't work in Drupal. And now we have to rebuild it with something stupid. Something like this CK editor soft hyphen plugin. It adds a new button to the CK editor, and we get this button. And when the editors use it, they see something like these pipes here. And these are all the parts where they put a soft hyphen with this module. So fine, it works. What does it do? In the background, it actually adds something like this, a new HTML element that doesn't exist, of course, but in the CK editor source code, you now see this. And then when you have your site, this gets changed into the invisible soft hyphen. But now you can see it in the code. Problems with this is, if you have something like a span or a site, and then use the shy, the new shy, inside of it, these spans get somehow broken, and the site gets broken. So now I have here a site, then the invisible character, and another site. And we were asking ourselves, okay, if this is broken up, what happens in a screen reader? So we had it checked, and in the screen reader, the site, for example, doesn't even appear in the accessibility tree. It's completely irrelevant for accessibility. So no problem there, but I'm still in the template. When I have something like this, closing site, invisible character, and opening site, I just remove this and just put the invisible character there. It's maybe irrelevant, but for the moment we're doing this. But then another problem popped up, because Jan checked this, and notice we are using shy everywhere. Shy has for years problems in screen readers, because the shy breaks up the word for the screen reader, and the screen reader reads the syllables, not the complete word. And Jan tested this last week again, and it's gotten better in JAWS. The gaps are smaller now, but you can still hear that there are gaps. In NVDA, the problem is still there. When you have, for example, a word like Bildungsprogramm, the program will tell you Silbungstrennzeichen, which is a hyphen, and then program. And if the editors use a shy all over your page, they will hear this all the time, which is, of course, terrible. So what to do? Suggestion, we use word break instead of shy. I don't know if anyone ever used word break. Word break works like this. Here, Forschungsmöglichkeiten, we use the word break, and it does indeed break the word, but we do not get a hyphen. This one is missing, which is how word break works. Of course, we can't use this, because now it's better for the screen reader, but now people who can see are missing the hyphen there. So this is unusable. Usable solution, I don't know, still looking for one. Of course, there are some tools, some JavaScript solutions which help you with the hyphens, but they still, as far as I tested them, still add the shy into it. You have a little bit more control, depending on the tool, where the shy occurs, but we still would have the screen reader problem with the shy. So this doesn't help us. Don't know what will happen with that in the future. Then we have stuff that is okay in theory, but not for screen readers. For example, I'm coming back to our info panels here, and the current implementation is with definition lists. Works like this. I have a definition term, and then 1, 2, 3 or more definitions for the links itself. This is fine, but not in the screen reader, because in a screen reader, the DL and the DT elements do not have a role. They do not have any semantics. In other cases, you know it's a paragraph, you know it's a heading, you know it's a list. With these elements, you don't know anything about them, because they have no role. So the suggestion is just change this to an H3 and then to a P. Of course, it's not so difficult to change that, but this part here at the top is not necessarily in H2. The editors must decide where it is in the flow of the page, and maybe it's an H2, maybe it's an H3, and then these headings would either have to be H3, H4, or maybe H5. So I have to check that against them. And the other thing is, if I have one element here, it's a P, but if I have more than one element here, it should be a list again. So I need to decide what to do here. It's of course solvable, but it just needs some time to be implemented. Here we have one of our usual teasers, and I implemented all the teasers the same way. I just put a link in there, and everything you can see here is inside the link. It's no problem for the browser, and if you want to click on it, it works, and with the keyboard it works. The problem is with the screen reader. The screen reader will tell you that there is a link, and then read everything that is within that link. And this can be long text, and it's too long to just tell them there's a link here. So instead of putting the link around everything, the solution is to just put the link around our heading, and then to make sure that you still can click on the whole area, you need to make your link area bigger. And you do this by putting a pseudo class in there, and just make sure that the pseudo class has a bigger area. Then it works something like this. Here, the teaser is around the complete text. It works like this. And here, the link is just around the first 4 words. And if you make the click area larger, it works exactly the same way. It behaves the same way. It's the same, can still use it with a mouse or with a keyboard, but it's better for a screen reader. Next, we have some elements, accordions. Accordions, something like this. You can just open, close it. Nothing fancy here. It's just details and summary. I have my H3. I have 2 SVG here. You could do it with 1, but here we have 2 for the minus and for the plus. And then you have the text that gets open and closed. And this was my first implementation, and then Jan said, no, do it differently. So he proposed the pattern for the accordion. It goes like this. You have a button inside an H3, for example, and then you have a div with a role region that is hidden at the start, and when you press a button, you have to flip the area expanded from false to true, and vice versa, and then remove the hidden to make it visible. And I was going, why do I have to do this? I need JavaScript for this, and details and summary work natively in the browser without any JavaScript. I don't see what's going on here. And then this went back and forth a little bit, and then he wrote me back that the problem is that we have a heading inside our accordion, and the screen reader couldn't access the heading. It didn't know that there was a heading. And we didn't understand why the screen reader didn't register that heading. And it turned out maybe was a problem that the summary itself already has a child element, and the H3 was another child element, and then we had two child elements in there, which somehow made problems in the screen reader. So the solution was maybe reset the summary to get rid of the natural child element, and then the H3 will register in the screen reader. And this works, and we could do that. The problem is we have more than just the H3 inside the summary. I also have the images there. And now, again, I have more than one child element inside the summary, and the screen reader, again, does not register the heading. So, suggestion, just move the SVG inside the H3. Simple. Not that simple because, again, as a position here, I need to have the editors write the H2 or H3 or H4 within the field for the text for the heading. And I can't just move the images in there easily. Of course, again, there are some ways to do this, but it's not as easy as just move something around in the template. I have stuff that is just annoying. On our front page, we have these big teasers for the actual exhibitions. And there's almost always, there are 2 or 3 or 4 of these big teasers. That's always the case, except in that 1 week when BFit tested the site. At that point, we had only 1 big teaser there. But of course, because there are usually multiples, it is a list, and then at that time we had a list with just 1 element, and a list with 1 element is not a list according to accessibility. So the note was, yeah, when there's just 1 element, we have to put it not in a list, in a div, for example. So, solution, I have to differentiate between the states and then just count and either display it as just one div or display it as a list. Fine, I can do that. But if you think about it, I have more than this spot where I have to check this. We also have maybe our search result has just 1 result. And then with the same logic, 1 result is not a list. So I have to check that and just give out 1 P or 1 div for that. And at the bottom of the page, we have these little teasers, which are in 99% 3 or 4 or more teasers. But it can happen that there's just 1 teaser. And of course, more teasers should be a list. 1 teaser should not be in a list. The problem here is these teasers come from at least 4 different places, and they don't know anything about each other. And I somehow have to check how many teasers there are. Haven't done that yet. Maybe I will do this in the summer. Of course, I can somehow count this, but it's just annoying. Here, this is an image with a fig caption. I use it all over the place. Problem here was, inside the alt text, inside the subline, there's not just the normal text, there's also the mention of the photographer. So we have here in our fig caption the purpose of the graphic and the indication of the author. And that was not good, because the indication of the author should not be part of the fig caption. So this is a suggestion. The purpose of the graphic should be inside the fig caption, but the author should be inside a P, because it has had nothing to do with the purpose of the graphic. There are different ways to implement this. We haven't decided yet how we will do this. Here, the problem is this here. On our top navigation and on the side navigation, these are just icons, and we need to tell the user what they are actually clicking. So these icons have tooltips. And the tooltips work for mouse, and the tooltip works for keyboard users. Works like this. 2 issues with that. A, it must be possible to move the mouse pointer on the displayed text without the text being hidden. And this sometimes works if I'm fast enough. Okay. now it works. But there's obviously a gap between that, and if I'm slow enough, the text closes. That's not allowed. Problem number 2, keyboard users must be able to hide the tooltip, for example, with escape. So when I use the keyboard and have the focus here, and then the tooltip opens, it must be possible for keyboard users to hit escape and then the tooltip closes. So I have to add some JavaScript here. I also have stuff that needs actual serious reworking. This is the main navigation. It opens a layer, and the rest will be in the background with a darker layer in between. This also happens in the sidebar where a layer opens and I have stuff in the background. Problem number 1, if people tap, they can get into the background. This is a rookie mistake. It happens a lot of the time. Happened here as well. One solution for that is use a focus trap. Such a layer opens, you just move the focus inside the layer and then use JavaScript to make sure that the focus cannot escape that layer. Nowadays, it might be easier to use inert. You can use inert for all the stuff in the background, and if you use inert, people can't interact with the stuff that is inert. So for example, if all the stuff in the background would be inside the main element, I could just use inert on the main element, and you couldn't interact with any links or with any forms there. Another problem is when I open the search layer, the focus goes into the search bar, into the search input field, which is exactly as it should be. But the same should happen when any other layer opens. The focus should be inside that layer. And maybe the problem is, okay, I do not have any links here or any buttons. Where does the focus go? And the focus then has to go either on the heading, or because you see I have a kicker top line here, this needs to be an H group, and then the focus should be on the H group, on the heading group. Next problem, the new layers are right now just simple divs. Simple divs, no good. We need to have these in a dialog element, and then when the dialog opens, I have to open it with show modal so that the screen reader knows that there's actually a dialog now there. With something like button, area has pop up. Next problem, I have here my list of buttons, and the layers that are actually opened are somewhere after that list. And that's not the correct order for the screen reader. The suggestion is to place the new layer directly after the button, which would look something like this. I have my list of buttons, and right after the button, the dialog element. I have to still put all of this together somewhere in the summer to make this all accessible. But basically, I have to rewrite lots of the stuff in the main navigation. Another problem, we have 3 different kinds of sliders on our website. And the sliders are quite big in comparison to sliders on other websites. This is a relatively normal slider. I have other sliders which can have usually 3 items on desktop next to each other, but the first item can be bigger. And on the front page, we have a carousel which just turns around, and not depending on how far you push this, not all of the elements can be seen necessarily. So problem 1, of course, I made the same mistake. When you tap, you can actually reach items that are not visible on the viewport. And this is not good for screen readers. Everything that's not inside the viewport or inside the actual slider width must be hidden from screen readers as well. Next problem. Slider items need more info. It's currently implemented like this. It's just a div with a figure. And for screen readers, there should be a little bit more information. They need to have a role, they need to have a role description, and they should have an area label. It's not that difficult to add that. Next, instead of a button that just says next or previous, the idea is to have buttons that say next 3 slides, previous 3 slides, but of course this is responsive. So when I push that together, it should say next 2 slides or next 1 slide. Yes, I can implement this, just a little bit annoying. Here we have a simple figure with an image and a fig caption. Looks like this. I have a figure. The image can be opened in a lightbox, so I have a link there, and then another link, mehr erfahren, more, after the description in the fig caption. And I can open the lightbox there. Problem in the screen reader is the screen reader reads, I don't know exactly what it says in English. In German it says Abbildung, which probably says figure in English. Then it reads the full descriptive text, which is the full text of the fig caption. Then it tells you that there's an image, and it tells you the alternative text. And then it tells you that now we are at the end of the figure, and it reads the full descriptive text again, which is too much for the screen reader. It's just annoying in screen readers. So the idea is here to get rid of the fig caption, and just have normal paragraphs here, so that the screen reader doesn't get all the text. And at last, we have a few things that will not work with the current design. Example, we have this white text on different images. And depending on the image, you can see here there are certain parts that are maybe better, have a better contrast. For example, this A to the blue, probably not enough here. But then we have parts which are on white. It sometimes works better, it sometimes is worse. It depends on the image. We already have a shadow here in the background, and we made that shadow darker over the years. But again, depending on the image the editor puts there, the contrast is not high enough. And we can't really solve that. Of course, we could put some background in behind the text, but then you can see less of the image. That's not what we want. So this actually needs some kind of redesign to make it accessible. Another problem that not only we have, but every major website with more content or more components in there, you actually have to make sure that your website is still accessible when the user uses text zoom. And this is the usual mobile menu, but when you put the text zoom to 400%, we have parts that overlap. And of course you can scroll here, but this navigation is over the text, and that's not allowed. There must be no overlapping up to 400% of text zoom. And we have more than this place where it happens, and we need to somehow rework those places. And that's it. Here are the slides. And does anyone have any question? Or before that, did anyone see something they want to adapt on their web page? Thank you. Mm-hmm.
This is actually not a question. It's you had something about the error messages showing up inline as a popover from the browser.
Yeah.
There is a module called Disable HTML5 Validation that removes that stops the browser doing that and relies back on the Drupal inline form errors. If you want to.
Good to know. Someone else? Oh.
Yeah. I was surprised by the proposal to add the p tags. I didn't know that. So that was strange to me. And when it comes to the popovers, the help text for the icons on the left, there's a trick with CSS you can use. You can add a pseudo element, a before or an after, to have a better, to have the hover states longer.
You're talking about.
Yeah, it's a technique you can use like for a drop-down menu also.
This here, right?
Yeah.
And when I'm losing the focus here.
Yes.
Or the hover. I know that. It's just CSS, but I haven't implemented it yet.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
There was another question, wasn't there? Okay, apparently not. So, thanks.
does this thing work? Yeah, it works. So let me figure this out. So hello, everybody. I brought my own fan base. So before I go into the topic and who I am, introductions and all that kind of stuff, I've got a riddle for you. And this is actually a riddle that I've questioned my 2 kids about. I've got 4 kids now. Wouldn't recommend it. 2 is enough, but I've got 4. And I started with twins, so they were 10 years old, and I asked them this riddle, and it goes like this. So a father and a son walking on the streets, and the son is going to school for the first time, so he's excited, and he's running around, and for some reason, he runs down the street in front of a car, and he's hit by a car, and he needs to go to the hospital right away. Now, if you've known this riddle already, don't spoil the fun for the others, because this is a very, very well-known riddle. So the son needs to go to the hospital right away, and ambulance comes, they scoop up the kid, goes to the hospital, he's being prepared, they drive the kid into the operational room, and then the surgeon looks at it and like, I can't operate on this child, this is my son. What's going on? Like, what's going on? Why can't the surgeon operate on the kid? This is my son. What's happening? Do you know? But do you know because you've heard it? Or do you know because you figured it out? The funny part is, this, I've done gender studies, surprise, and the whole room was filled with a lot of ladies, a lot of female students, and they did this riddle, and they couldn't figure it out. 85% can't solve this riddle. And this is a very old riddle. It's from the 70s, and it's being performed over and over again. It's one of those social experiments, and they just can't figure it out. So who wants to share the answer? What's going on? The surgeon is the son's mother. And for some reason, this idea doesn't pop up in your mind for obvious reasons, and that's why we are here today, because we're going to talk about biases. And a bias is not something that you know that you have, but psychological experiences, experiments, that's it. And social experiments, research, they indicate over and over again that actually we are all wired to think in boxes. Female box, male box. And everything outside it is just, we don't talk about it, it's just weird. And this is something that we don't want to do. And most feminists don't want to think like this. But even in those groups that are very high alert on the biases, they still fall back on those patterns. Because that's just society, that's how we are wired. This is a cultural thing and not a personal problem. It's a cultural thing that we are living in. So, what does this mean? I want to take you on a personal journey from my experience, because that's what I can talk about, right? So normally I wouldn't take anecdotes as a way to prove something, because it's just one person's experience. But this can show you how things can happen and what is actually in real life going on. So this is my team that I started working for. I work at Dictu. Dictu is a part of the Dutch government for economical affairs. We build Drupal websites, Drupal applications, and mobile apps for the Dutch government. And well, in very short, I was a historian. You can't make money as a historian, but I didn't anyway. So I needed to find a way to support my living, to support my 2 kids as a single parent. So I went into tech. I got one of those boot camps, 4 months working your ass off and then you can go work somewhere. And Dictu was kind enough to give me a chance. And this is the team I started working for. So the first day, I remember this, first day I started working, I walked on the floor, same floor as we now. I've got 2 colleagues here. They started working after me, so don't blame them for this story. But, I entered, and there was just guys, a lot of males, and like 1 or 2 females. And those were a delivery manager, and I think there was just 1 delivery manager. C'est tout, that's it. And it made me feel, I don't know, does anybody have this experience that you walk into a room, you don't expect it to be just one gender, and all of a sudden you're the only one? It just makes you feel awkward. And, it's not like they mean to make it awkward, but it does. It's awkward. And the funny part is, because they were only males, they actually got rid of the female toilet. Yeah, and still, there's no female toilet on our floor. It just isn't there. So if I need to do my thing, I need to go to, or down, another department down, or down the hallway to a whole different company that's in the same building. So this is how welcome you are. So what does it mean? Well, this is what happened. So can you imagine that, I came on board with another colleague, a male colleague, at the same time. He was also having a different start in life, and he had talent for programming. And sorry to say it, but I didn't have talent for programming. I was just a normal level programmer. I'm not excellent. And if you're a female, that's a problem. So what happened was that my code was being criticized over and over again. If I did a merge request, it was denied, and I need to rework it again and again and again. And sometimes the reviews were very nasty, and I was like, why? Am I that bad? But I actually know some people, male colleagues, that were worse, far worse than me, and they didn't get this. So I was like, what's going on? And then I remember a couple of times that I had copied code from another male colleague, put it on a merge request in my project, and it got denied. And even when I said, it's the same code that this senior developer made. And they were like, yeah, no, but this is not how we work. But that's how my colleague works. And they were like, yeah, it's different. Why is it different? I don't know. So that's actually, and I started thinking, am I a problem? Am I just not good enough? Is my code not good enough? Because it got over and over again, I got these questions, why are you here? Why do you like to code? There were tools, I didn't get access to the tools because I was just a junior, but my other colleague got access. So what's the difference? And it's just an instant and an instant and an instant, and it becomes a pattern. And first I thought, maybe it's me. Then I remembered from my days as historian, women's history historian, that actually my experience might just be part of a social structure, might be part of a patriarchy that we are living in. What they did in the 70s, women just came together and they started talking about their personal issues, like getting stuck in a bad marriage and you can't get out. You get fired when you get married. You can't develop yourself because you're female and you're supposed to shut up and stay home and do the household. That was how it was supposed to be. And the women came together and they talked about it and actually discovered that it's not just a personal problem, it's a political problem. It's about the laws, it's about social structures, it's about having daycare for your kids and how expensive is it. And actually, this is also what happens in tech. It's not a personal problem, it's a problem for all of us. So we did a couple of studies, and I've got the famous studies on. So this study has been done over and over again for different kind of how do you call it, tech companies. I know for one for Facebook was also very recent, that the females at Facebook, the women at Facebook, they said like, we feel that our reviews, our merge requests are denied more often, and they did the research, and actually it was true, like 35% more often it was denied, their merge requests were denied, which is like a huge number. And they did the same with the GitHub bias. Like if the merge request was from somebody whose name was recognizable as female, then the chance to being allowed dropped significantly. So the best tactic, if you are female and you become active in tech, or you publish a book or something, you don't put your name on it, you put your initials on it. And this is very well-known tactic for women. So, and the weird part also was that when you look at the code quality, then the code quality from the females was actually slightly higher than from the males. And the researchers also started thinking about this, why is it? And they think they found the answer. And I'm coming back to the answer in a bit. Do you know about this experiment? This experiment has been done over and over again with different social parameters, like gender, but also ethnicity, to have your picture, to not have your picture, to have your name. But the gender one is the first one they did, I think. Like if you have a completely same resume, and it's recognizable for a male, then they get offered a job more often, they get offered a higher salary. And if you put in a female picture, a female name, then the chance of you getting in, they drop. It's just, they drop. So this is something that you need, if you are in a position within your company to hire people, this is something you need to remember. Like there's a bias going on, that even if you got the same quality, people tend to hire the males. So, and this is why we actually need positive discrimination. Do you know this? I know a lot of you might know it from experience. If I do something, and it's okay, it's a success, they say, well done, that's it. I don't get a promotion. It's definitely not by itself, I have to go to the team leader, chief, and then say, I did a good job, give me a raise, give me, But if I do make a mistake, and I do make mistakes, it tends to be brought up more often than from male colleagues. It tends to be, it's held against you for a longer of time. And it's so weird when it happens to you, because you think like, you don't immediately recognize it as a social gender structure. You just think like, oh, it's my situation, it's happening to me, there's something wrong with me. But actually, there are a lot of studies showing that this is just a pattern in society, in our Western society. You need to do it over and over, you need to do it right, and you need to do it over and over, right. So you need to be excellent to be viewed as normal. If you are normal, because I was not an excellent programmer, I was just a regular programmer. If you are a regular, and you're female, you're viewed, how do you call it? The respect that you get is lower. So there is a huge bias here, and this is actually why people drop out. Because if you go to your job and people view you as the person that won't complete her tasks, or if there's an interesting technological problem, they won't come to you, but to your male colleague. It deflates your self-sense, your self-respect maybe in the end. So you drop out. That's just what we see happening over and over again. And this also is a big problem. I had a discussion at my job. We had a new delivery manager, and we were in a team meeting. Like we had 50 people showing up for this team meeting. And I was talking about I'm part of the women at DICTU, the women's network. And he was like, oh, why would we need a women's network? It's 2025, it's been done. And I was like, dude, really? Just look around. How many females do you see? And he was like, one. Well, there's one, that's a UXer. Yeah, that's okay. We got a team leader. Our team leader is female. So in the end, we became 5, including me. 50 people, 5 women. And I was like, do you seriously still want to hold your position that we don't need a women's network? And he was like, yeah. But we don't really need it. We don't really need those women. They go, they drop out just voluntarily. We don't shove them out. They drop out. And I was like, actually, that's not what's happening. And yes, we do need those women, people of color, people who have been poor, not just the regular IT student that's been going on. We need those side, how do you call this? We would say, in Dutch, we would say side-instromers, like people from a different background coming in, from a different professional background, I mean. We need those because the studies show that it gives us better results. It's just plain and simple. If you talk about money, if you talk about numbers, if you talk about quality of your website, in the end, we need those people coming in. So what can we do? Okay, we know this exists. Some of us may recognize it from their own experiences. Some of us may recognize now, like, oh, maybe something can be changed, maybe something can be different, maybe something can be improved. What I would like to ask you is to speak up. It's as simple as that. If you see in a meeting that somebody, and I don't care if it's a male or a female, if somebody gets interrupted a lot, stand up and say, like, actually, I would like to hear the point that she or he is making. If you see somebody's merge requests are being denied over and over and again, and you see the code and you think, like, oh, is it really that bad? Just think about the bias and consider, is it really that bad? Just look again, look for a second time. If you are in a hiring position, take this bias and look again at the resumes. If possible, leave out the picture and the names. And just look at what somebody has done. So that's what we need. We need allies. And allies is not just a word, it's a verb. Something you do and you do again and you do again, and you can't just let it, you can't say, I'm an ally, that's it. It actually takes work because you've got to actively remember, right, there's a bias. There's something, maybe I don't see the whole picture. And this is for females the case, but for a lot of people, that somebody can have problems at home and just have a shit time, and they don't speak up anymore. And you need to recognize it, you need to notice it, and you need to just speak up. And ask people, are you okay? Like, how are you doing today? Are you okay? Change the culture, not the people. Did anybody go to DrupalCon Barcelona last year? Because I got to go. And to my surprise, I got an award. I got the Women in Drupal award. So I'm bloody honored. It helped me for my job also. So what I did, it's actually a sad story because I don't code anymore. I don't. I shifted to a more female-appropriate tasks like communication, product management, event organizing, communication, stuff like that. And instantly I noticed a different approach from my colleagues, some of my colleagues, because I also got type guys like these who were nice and who were like inviting, but then there's this handful of people that are just blatantly going on like, what are you doing here? And those people shifted when I took up different tasks. And this is not for my work at Dictu, this is for my work at Drupal, because I'm doing the network of Drupal associations, local associations in Europe. I'm doing a lot of, you don't care, I'm doing a lot of stuff. But this helped me a lot, because I got to go on stage and receive this award. Of course, I shared it with my whole community, and in the team meeting, I got to present, like, why am I getting this award? And I've noticed a huge change in the attitudes for some of my worst, not enemies, but people who criticized me. It helps you. So, you know, you can't always win an award, but just the recognition. If you can't get it at your job, get it somewhere else. And if you're in Drupal, then get it from the Drupal community, because then you can get it back into your work. Like, actually, I'm doing a lot of important stuff. And actually, you know, I've talked to Dries. You know, it's just weird because it's just a normal guy walking there. But for some of my colleagues, this was like, ooh. Those are the tools that you can use. So, diversity, you know, it's not just about fairness, because I don't think we can get it fair, but it is about better products, stronger teams, you know. It's about strengthening our communities, it's about strengthening our agencies, it's about being welcoming, it's about keeping the people in. We all know volunteer burnout. We all know that your jobs in your company might be pressing you. You know, you have to work hard. But if you can keep the good women in, the good people in, that's where the how do you call it, the profit is. So these are the three things, the three things that I would like to bring home. It's not just a personal issue. It's not just my issue, your issue, it's all our issues, it's our company's issue, it's in our best interest to be inclusive. Well, actually, that's just the main point. This is the main point. Is there anything from you that you can share? Like, this is a tactic that I used, or this is how I got my management to, I don't know, hire more diverse people, or this is any tips for the audience, because I've given my tips. This is something that we've lived. Is there anybody here that can say, like, oh, I got a mic?
Have an applicant, not very thorough Drupal knowledge, and my team responded, oh, but he really needs Drupal knowledge. And I said, it's a she. She doesn't have a lot of Drupal knowledge, but I think she would be a good fit in the team. After a few discussions, she is now doing a technical test to see if she really fits in our company. So talk about people and not gender. That works for me.
Did everybody get this? Yes. Talk about people, not gender. If you're hiring people, talk about people, not gender. That's great. Anybody else? Yeah.
My experience. First of all, thank you for sharing your experiences. It's really sad to hear this. For my experiences, it's like kind of opposite way. Like, it's like from the outside, you can see like it's good thing, because when I'm working, my superiors in the past, not now, it's like they are surprising when I'm doing something good. Yeah, they're like appreciating me more, but if someone else does that, okay, this is normal, but for me, oh, well done, but why? Right? So I think this is the worst part, because the other people, I can say with bad intentions, they are like, okay, they are like direct, but the other ones, they're not knowing what they're doing. Yeah. So, and 1 second. And I would like to say the other thing that even if it's hard to deal with this kind of stuff, we need to go on, not give up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because for other people, I'm not using gender, these kind of things, they don't stop them, so we also don't give up. We also don't need to give up. Yeah, that's also.
Yeah, that's why in the end I said, like, actually it's a sad story because I don't code anymore. Mm-hmm. And I do miss it. I might start it as a hobby, but it wasn't sustainable as a paid job anymore. But, okay. But that's why it's a sad ending.
And yeah, as a general thing, don't let women being written out of history. I mean, we currently see in the US how pictures of women, of black soldiers, all of that is simply getting removed. And then people will look at history and say, but there weren't any women, there weren't any black men, there weren't any black people in the UK before the Second World War, because they have been written out of history. And therefore it's really amazing to see. I'm a biologist by training, by the way. So when you go into the main reception area, there's a big picture of Rosalind Franklin. The main auditorium was called after Rosalind Franklin. Probably most people won't know who she is. She's the one who discovered the structure of the DNA. It was her lab notes stolen by Watson and Crick. She didn't get a Nobel Prize because then she died at some point. So it's really good to see that still that kind of recognition can be given to women that were there. So if you're in a position of naming servers, for example, name them after women. Stuff like that.
Cool. That's a very nice idea. Name them after women. Anyone else I can give the mic to? Like share your 2 cents, how it's called? No.
Maybe any thoughts from men? No. Maybe any thoughts from men? Any comments?
Any thoughts? Yeah, let's.
What they are thinking about this?
Like, do you feel like this is something that you can take with you to your job, or do you feel like this is not about me, or do you feel like, oh, I recognize this, or
are you aware of this?
Were you aware of this? Are you here because you like the topic, or are you here because the other topic sucks? I don't know. Come on. No, I don't see any hesitation. No? Yeah, thank you very much. And I do want to add, at Dictu, we now have like 2 female coders. So
one thing that helps me when hiring someone, it's because it's not easy to know if you are a positive bias or negative bias, because sometimes, like you said, oh, it's a girl and she's good for a girl, It's maybe if I know it, I don't really think that it's like an unthought things, and so I try to make a sheet and to like how many years of studies, how many years of experience with Drupal, what did she make, that she knows symphony, things very rational, so that you just compare things that are not gender related or ethnicity related, kind of things.
This is also how we do the session approval for DrupalCon and Drupal Dev Days. This with sheets, and then you can give points to the different subjects. I think we need to round up because the others are also coming in here. So thank you very much for coming. Nice.
Dank u wel. All right, ready? Thank you all for being here. The next 30 minutes we're going to talk about the combination Drupal together with Search API, Facets and React. And actually we're going to talk about bringing a front-end framework into Drupal, which is not something new. I think we all heard of Experience Builder, which is actually a React application that we are bringing to Drupal. So what I'm going to talk about is not something new. Also, the title of the presentation is a bit wrong because we're talking about React, but in the end, it can be Vue, it can be Angular, it can be whatever framework we want to use that we integrate into Drupal. First, a bit about myself. I'm Dieter de Waal, I'm 42 years old. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a Drupal consultant, I'm a Drupal coach, and I'm a very junior React developer. Summary of this presentation. First of all, we are not going to talk about headless Drupal. This presentation will also not be an introduction into React. You won't see any React code here because I believe there are much better React developers in the room than I am, so we're not going to do that. And we are also not going to start a discussion Drupal versus React or React versus Drupal. What we are going to talk about is using what we have and know, mixing technologies, and bring the best of both worlds together. Why are we going to do that? First of all, because it's fun. I think it's always fun to bring in some new technology, to learn some new code, to do something different. That's what we know. And the next 3 bullet points are a bit the same. In the end, we want to give a better UX and a better user experience to our visitors. And because we have code control, we also have more flexibility in design. Our designers can create fancy new widgets that are a bit difficult to integrate in the normal Facets way. But because of that code control, we can do whatever we want, and we have everything to create a better experience for our user. Second thing is, we want to get rid of those page refreshes and Ajax reloads. I think everyone that's already configured a Search API with Facets knows that query structure there. Because Facets is built on links, and that is normal. But that causes our search to refresh the page or do Ajax reloads, and then our behavior gets reattached. So we have to create a lot of code and JavaScript to catch it all and make it that smart that it works in all kinds of situations. And the last thing, and I think we have to thank the maintainers of Facets to create such a great module and to do what they have done, all that hours they have spent on that. But there are some issues with Facets, and one of them, I think everybody knows that issue. I don't think it will ever be fixed because Facets has that much use cases that it will be difficult. It will be difficult to create code that works for all of them. So that's also something we want to avoid with bringing in a front-end framework to get rid of that issues and get rid of that frustrations we have there. A few examples. All the examples are in Dutch because we are a Dutch company. But I'm going to explain what you see on the screens. That's not an issue. I'm going to show 2 examples of situations we have done with the normal way Facets works, and then I'm going to show 2 examples of something we have done with React. The first example is something we all know, I guess. On the right, you have the search results. On the left, you have a long sidebar with a lot of filters, and it's a bit boring. The facets or the widgets we get from Facets ourselves are checkboxes, select boxes, links. So it's a bit boring. And actually, what do we do with it on mobile? If we put the filters on top, we push our content to the bottom. If we put filters on the bottom, our visitor doesn't find the filters. So we always have to find a way how we give a good experience to our users. A second thing is, and this is actually fixed in Facets 3, most of the presentation is still based on Facets 2. But what we had here is that the client has a lot of filters on the left, and he wants to get blocks open or collapsed. So the issue is, the moment you use a filter, You do Ajax reload, and your behaviors get reattached, and all filters were closed again. So actually, our front-end developer has to find a way to make sure he knows what filters must be open and must be closed. So that was a bit of a pain we had there. Bringing us to this, actually, if I go 2 slides back, this client had exactly the same interface as in the past. So we did analysis on that website with Hotjar, with Clarity, whatever. And we saw that our visitors did not use the filters as we wanted them to use. They also struggled with the filters, and we saw that they stopped filtering after 1 or 2 filters, and they didn't find their content. So we had to find something on that, and it brought us to this. On top of the results, we just have a small search bar with 3 action buttons on it, which are actually a collection of multiple filters. So what happens, if you click on the button, there's an overlay from the right that's coming up, and there you see a lot of nice filters. Actually, the icons and the colors are coming from Drupal as well, so the webmaster has the possibility to add a category, upload an icon, set a color to it, and it will be represented here. But the nice thing is that we immediately see what we are doing. So you see some filters are grayed out, other ones aren't. On the left, you see buttons with a white background and the number, and buttons with no background. And there's interaction between that. So the client immediately sees what he's doing, if he is filtered, where are his filters, and that kind of stuff. You get results everywhere without any page refresh, without any Ajax reload. This is the normal thing. It's also React, but we also have checkboxes that work exactly the same. So everything gets updated without doing strange stuff. On mobile, we have something different. It gives us the possibility to put a bar on the bottom of the phone, so the visitor has more like an app feeling when he's working with the website. When he hits a button, a complete overlay shows up that is scrollable. He used the filters, gets immediate results, like you have 948 results. And if he hits the button, show results, then everything is filtered and you are on the right place of that thing. That's another result. We haven't done quite complex widgets here, but the issue here was that the client had a lot of filters, and every filter has a lot of possible options. So we also know that the visitor for this client would use the filters to find the right products, because the products is so diverse, and he really uses that filter. So our goal was to create a very catchy and snappy interface, so the visitor can use the filters perfectly. Nice thing on this is, we also knew that the client would extend his filters in the future. So what we didn't want to do is, every time we add a filter, we had to go into the React, add an extra filter and stuff. This is completely driven by Drupal. If the client or we add a filter to it, it will appear here. So we divided the filters in multiple parts. There are dependent filters completely based on facets here. If you choose a product family, another filter will appear. So the logic is not that complex here, but it's just snappy to find the right product. I can hear and see you thinking, I can do this in Drupal, and you're right. I think 2 years ago, I would do that in Drupal as well. But I'm also sure that you will spend a lot of time creating codes, PHP or JavaScript, to catch all different situations, to interact with all the things you see on the page. So yes, you can do this in Drupal, but I think in the end it will be more expensive to do it in Drupal than you do it in a framework where you have total control of everything. How are we doing this? Everything starts with modules. And as you see, we don't use any exotic stuff. We use Search API, which has a database server, Solr or Elastic, doesn't matter. We have views. We have facets with submodule REST facets, which enables the REST module for Drupal and stuff. So nothing exotic, just some configuration. To start with configuration, I'm not going to explain this in this presentation because it doesn't belong here. But of course, you have to configure your server, you have to configure your index, you have to configure your fields to get the thing up and running. Second thing is configure the view. You need to configure a view based on your index with a REST output display. And as a format for that REST output display, you have the facet serializer. So on the right, you see the possible options for that facet serializer. You can select your accepted request formats. You have to show your facets in the output. If you don't do that, it will be difficult to filter things. And then I've put an arrow on that. You have to display page run results. The arrow is because that's not default in facets 2. I think it's not default in facets 3 as well. So you need a patch for that. In a later slide, I'll show you where you can find the patch. But actually, that patch makes sure you have paging information in your JSON result. Back to the left, you have to add some fields to your JSON. The field settings, if you ever configure the REST output display, you know that if you add, for example, a field intro to your fields, the key in your JSON will be field_intro. With the settings on the fields, you can make it more readable, so you have a more readable JSON. And then you have to select a path where you can find the JSON, products.json. We have no authentication, no access here, because it's publicly for everyone. Third step in the configuration is configure your facets. Again, I'm not going to explain how I can configure facets, but what's important is that the widgets, you have to set it to an array of raw results. In JSON or in this thing, we are nothing with checkboxes or links or whatever. We need the raw results so we can do something with it. Brings us to the results. We use JSON here. So actually, your JSON result is divided in 4 parts. First of it is the search results, then the facets metadata, and then the paging information. Below, you see the results. It's just the fields you have configured in your view. If you look at the field image, you see lots of HTML there, which is nice. You can use your field formatters to use responsive images, image styles, whatever, and actually your front-end designer doesn't have to worry about it. He can just implement that HTML and use the things that Drupal gives us. That's normal, your search results. Second thing are the facets. It gives you a long list of all facets that are available for that search result. So per facet, you get the field is based on, you get the URL, you get the value, you get the number of results that are hitting on that facet. So it's just a long list with all the facets that are available. Third thing is the facets metadata. If I go back a slide, you see the only information you have about facet is the field where the facet is based on. So that doesn't give you a lot. And that's why you have facets metadata. There you have all information about your facet, the label, the weight, so you can perfectly show a title above your facet. You can perfectly create a sort function to put your facets in the right order. Nice thing on this is it's also multilingual. So if you ask the facets in another language and you have translated your facet, then you just get the translated title there. So you don't have to worry about multilingual for your facets. Last thing, and that's what I told, that's the patch, is paging information. Gives you information about current page, total items, etc. And you can build whatever pager you want. Links, infinite scroll, load more, doesn't matter. Here you have all information you need to do that. Brings us to the advantages. In general, yesterday we had a presentation about not getting hammered by AI bots. Well, yet you're not getting hammered by AI bots if you work this way, because everything is JavaScript, and bots and JavaScript is not a good combination at the moment. But actually, we also don't show the facet links in our source code. If you inspect a normal facet configuration, you will always find the link, and that's where the facet bots, where the search bots are getting their information to make strange combinations. So here you won't find the links, so you're not getting hammered. We are lost of the page refreshes and the Ajax reloads. Everything runs smoothly in the browser, and acts whenever you click a filter or whatever. So we have a smooth interface, and in the end, a better UX and a better client experience. For the backend developer, he doesn't have to do anything else that he's done in the past. He has to configure a server, an index, fields, boosting, etc. The only thing he has to remember is that he has to put his facets on an array of raw results, and that's all. If there is a new facet, he can just create it in a different order, another label. Everything he does now can be done like this. For front-end developers, they have full control. God help us with that, but they have full control over the HTML, over the structure, over everything. So in the end, if your designer can go wild and your front-end developer can go wild, we all know we live in a better world. So we have full control, we can do whatever we want with it. Of course, we also have some disadvantages. First of all, the REST output we have from Facet is pretty complex. As you see, you have an array in an array with an object that has an array of objects. So to map this on, for example, a TypeScript object, it's pretty complex. But on the other hand, if you've done it once, you can just reuse it in other projects. So you have to do it once, and once it's the hard way, but then okay. We still have a lot of backend requests because Facets still work with links. So to get filtered results, we still have to fire a request to the backend and do something with it. So we're not rid of all the backend requests, but those are getting cached by Drupal. We can do whatever we want with it, but we still have them. Linking or sharing to a pre-filtered result set is a bit difficult. You can, of course, do it, but the front-end application runs into your Drupal, and it does not change the URL on top by default. So linking and share it to pre-filtered result is a bit difficult, but it's possible. And of course, in your team, you need someone with React or Vue skills or whatever framework, you need that person. After we have created the React application that does everything, mostly what we do is we have in a custom module folder. We have a folder like React where we do our React stuff and build the application. But we need a root diff somewhere in Drupal. So most of the front-end frameworks create an index HTML file where there is a root diff, and then the React application, the JavaScript, just puts its contents into that root diff. So actually, we also need that root diff in Drupal. Can be done in paragraphs, blocks, template, whatever you want. So what you see here is the root diff, ID root, and we also pass some data to our React application, like the current language, like if we have to show the backend URL or not. Current language is handy if you have some static text in your React application so you can translate them. And after that, we have our library. Second thing is the library. A React application or front-end framework application compiles a JavaScript file. And mostly it compiles a JavaScript file like index.blah-blah-blah.js. It's a dynamic name just to not getting cached by browsers if we do an update. And that's the same for style sheets. If you have style sheets in our React application, they are also compiled. So we have to have that style sheet in our Drupal library as well. Two ways we can build up that Drupal library is the libraries file that everyone knows for your module. And there you just say, this is the JS file for my front-end application. If you do it with a libraries file and you do changes to a React application, you build it, you have a different file name. So in the end, you always have to think about that and make sure you update your libraries file, or otherwise, it just won't work. A second thing we can do, and I think that's the better one, is the hook library info build. What that hook actually does is on cache rebuild, it creates a dynamic library. So what we do in that hook is we know where the JS file and the CSS file can be found. So we just scan the directory for the files and we build up a dynamic library. If we deploy it, and I think every Drupal deploy comes with the Drupal clear cache. So if we clear the cache, it's just creating the new library and everything works. Third thing of the integration is the theming and styling. The front end or React application brings HTML into our Drupal. And that HTML needs to be styled. So we have two ways to do that. First of all, we can style it in React with the single directory principle, the style components. Every React component has its own CSS. It gets compiled into a big CSS file, and we just use that CSS file in our library. Disadvantage, React CSS can break our Drupal CSS there. If we use the same classes, we can start seeing strange stuff because it gets overridden. So what we mostly do is we put all the CSS in the Drupal theme, and the React or JavaScript application just gives us the HTML, which gives us the possibility to reuse things. If you have a teaser somewhere and you have it in the React application, but you also have it in another part of your Drupal site, we copy the HTML. It's just the same HTML, and everything gets themed by the Drupal CSS. And that's a bit my presentation. So, are there any questions? Ah ja, juist. No? Then we're done for today.